Chapter 24:10. Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing also disappeared from their original spot, entering a few rooms to search. However, they did not find anything useful. To others, these gains might be considered a huge opportunity, but to Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing, they were just ordinary. The Qiankun bag left behind by Tianwu Academy appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand once again. It emitted a bright light, as if it was being pulled by something. "Follow me." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He looked around and then his figure flashed forward. Whoosh! In the huge palace, a figure landed. The figure was small and skinny, wearing a hood. Faint lightning flickered around his body, creating ripples. However, his aura was hidden very deeply. Archaic martial techniques are not bad. However, this shouldn't be the extent of it. Experts who spent so much money should have great treasures. The skinny figure put away the harvest in front of him. With such a large amount of resources, this place was definitely not as simple as it seemed. There must be great treasures. Also, that kid seems to have improved a lot. It must be related to that treasure. The skinny figure's eyes darkened. Lightning flickered and he searched the palace, but he did not find anything else. Whoosh whoosh, 3 people barged in. When they saw the skinny old man, they seemed to feel uneasy. They immediately wanted to leave, not wanting to provoke him. Still want to run. It's too late. The old man's voice was cold and indifferent like thunder. When his voice sounded, his body had already arrived beside the 3 intruders. Lightning rippled around his body. Within the distorted space, he waved his hands and 2 lightning claws landed on the bodies of the 2 intruders. Boom, 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 boom. Under the lightning claws, electric arcs swept out and the surrounding space exploded. The 2 people did not even have the chance to escape, nor did they have the chance to attack. They were directly turned into fragments, a bloody mist splattering on the ground. Bang! The 3rd figure also exploded, blown up by the lightning. Then, the old man skillfully kept a few Qiankun bags. At this moment, in the aftermath of the lightning, the old man looked to his side. Chi! Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the space beside the old man suddenly fluctuated, revealing mysterious runes of talismans, and a misty aura fluctuated. A hidden space! The old man seemed to have discovered something. Then, he revealed a look of joy. He hesitated for a moment before jumping into the ripples. It was as if he had jumped into water. In an instant, his figure disappeared. The ripples in space were still shaking. Just as the skinny old man leaped into the spatial ripple, 2 figures, one big and one small, arrived in an instant. They were Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing. Du Xiaofu was still holding on to Tianwu Academy's Cosmos sack. The mysterious runes on the surface of the Cosmos sack rippled, and at this moment, a spatial ripple appeared in front of him. Following which, the light from the spatial ripple dimmed. This is... Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he stared at the strange spatial ripples. The misty chi was very familiar, but the spatial ripples were slowly dissipating. Du Xiaofu's expression changed as he said, "This is a separate dimension, let's go in quickly. Hurry!" After saying that, Du Xiaofu leaped into the spatial ripples. From the reaction of the Cosmos sack, this separate dimension seemed to be related to Tianwu Academy. Little Xingxing's eyes flickered as he leaped into the spatial ripples as well. After little Xingxing's figure disappeared, the spatial ripples also calmed down. There were no longer any traces of fluctuations, as though nothing had existed in the first place. The spatial ripples were enveloped by the power of space. In just a few blinks of an eye, a misty gray glow of mysterious runes appeared. Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing appeared in a misty space. This space was vast and a desolate and misty aura permeated this space. There was no ground in this space, only a vast void. What a familiar aura! Little Xingxing's eyes widened. The moment he entered this space, he felt a familiar aura. It is indeed very familiar, could it be? Du Xiaofu also felt the aura and his expression changed. At the same time, Du Xiaofu suddenly felt a sharp gaze directed at him. Following the gaze, Du Xiaofu saw a thin and small figure in the space ahead. This person was dressed in a long robe with a hood covering his face, concealing his aura. Du Xiaofu remembered this figure. When he killed Ji Jin and devoured the lightning energy in the lightning rune space, this person had appeared. It was also because of this person that he had to hide his strength when he killed Ji Jin and dealt with the lightning beasts in the lightning rune space, afraid that he would scare this person away. At this moment, this figure's gaze was focused on Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing. With a sweep of his gaze, a smile appeared on his face. He was wondering how to deal with this brat, but who would have thought that this brat would deliver himself to his doorstep? This separate dimension was the best place to make a move. This time, this brat would not be able to escape. Father, that guy seems to be harboring ill intentions towards us. Little Xingxing also saw the figure. His gaze slightly moved, and he transmitted his voice to Du Xiaofu's ears. He felt that the guy in front of him seemed to be harboring ill intentions. Acquaintances. Ha! Looking at the malicious gaze of the figure in front of him, Du Xiaofu's lips also curled into a smile. He was really looking forward to it. Brat, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The thin and small figure spoke, looking at Du Xiaofu with a smile in his voice. I think it's just fate. Why are you hiding, Lei Yang? Du Xiaofu said. This person had concealed himself, but he could not escape from Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. He had long known that it was Lei Yang. Hearing this, the thin and small figure was slightly taken aback, as if he did not expect to be recognized by this brat even though he had concealed himself so deeply. Ha ha! There was a cold laugh, and the voice was somewhat gloomy. A thin and withered old man appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing. His face seemed to be only skin and bones, and there was no flesh on his face. He had a few strands of white goatee that swayed with the wind. A pair of deep eyes flashed with lightning, causing one's yuan spirit to burn for no reason, as if it was about to be destroyed. Who else could it be other than Lei Yang? As Lei Yang appeared, the surrounding space froze. His voice was like thunder, and it was extremely inconsistent with his thin and withered body. He said, Brat, you won't be able to escape today. A late saint beast is actually so arrogant? Little Xingxing frowned, and curiously sized up Lei Yang. Looking at little Xingxing's gaze, Lei Yang suddenly felt a little puzzled. The little guy's gaze was too strange, and it made him feel an indescribable uneasiness. Du Xiaofu also smiled slightly. Today, the situation was different from the last time. Moreover, he had not used his primordial spirit meridian body last time, although Lei Yang had not used his real body last time. However, at this moment, even if he had the 7 saint puppets, Du Xiaofu was not afraid of Lei Yang. His strength had reached the late saint realm, and he had improved again not long ago. In addition to little Xingxing, Du Xiaofu was very clear that Lei Yang would not be able to laugh in a while. Little Xingxing, don't interfere later. Don't let others say that we bullied him, Du Xiaofu said to little Xingxing in a serious manner. All right. Little Xingxing pouted and nodded. Hearing Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing's words, Lei Yang's gaze was even more stunned and full of doubts. Since your cultivation is not easy, I will give you 2 choices. First, join the desolate country and follow me. Second, I will beat you up and forcibly take you as my follower. Looking at Lei Yang, Du Xiaofu said, Kid, are you joking again? Have you forgotten how you escaped last time? Boom! Lei Yang's voice was like thunder, shaking the void. Although this kid seemed to have improved a lot, the last time this kid ran away in a panic. Even if this kid had improved a lot recently, could it be that he was a match for Lei Yang? You have to think about it carefully. I suggest you choose the first choice. Yes. Du Xiaofu looked at Lei Yang and said seriously. However, the Xian Qi in his body was surging in his meridians at this moment. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He was not the same as before. He also wanted to test it out. Ha ha! Lei Yang was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his shriveled and bloodless wretched face. He laughed endlessly as if he had seen the funniest thing. Kid, this time you will definitely not be able to escape. When the laughter stopped, Lei Ying's lightning-like eyes fluctuated a little. However, it soon disappeared. His bloodless, wretched face finally began to change color. Slowly, a gloomy expression appeared. Lightning flashed from his lightning-like eyes, giving people a heart-palpitating, destructive aura. At the same time, a majestic energy storm exploded from his body in an incomparably destructive manner. Rumble! In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the void. The wind rose and the clouds surged. Electric arcs blazed and brought along the rumbling sound of thunder as they whistled and surged. This is your own choice. Yes. Feeling the aura caused by Lei Yang, Du Xiaofu was not afraid at all. He had been anticipating this for too long. His heart was filled with excitement. He licked his lips and did not back down. His battle intent surged. Finally, he could test it out again. Kid, you are arrogant! Roar! At the same time as the thunderous roar, Lei Yang could no longer bear it. A human who had been defeated by him actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. The aura of thunder and lightning surged crazily, turning into a vortex. It was like a thunder and lightning tornado was sweeping out. A bolt of lightning with a dazzling light directly rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Lei Yang knew Du Xiaofu's strength. Therefore, he did not test his strength. He attacked with his full strength. Wherever the lightning bolt passed, the void collapsed silently. Electric arcs wreaked havoc and the aura was destructive. In an instant, it had already swept through the void and arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. The void where it passed was destroyed into nothingness. The power of the lightning was even more terrifying, as if it wanted to destroy one's soul. Du Xiaofu was already familiar with Lei Yang's means. In the face of such an attack, his expression was very indifferent. Just as the lightning bolt pierced through the void and arrived in front of him, golden light burst out from his body. An overbearing aura swept through the air. The aura of the late-stage Saint Realm swept out without reservation. It climbed to the peak. The golden light was like a blazing sun, and the aura of a beast clan sovereign descended. He shook his arm, and with a sweep of his long sleeve, an earth-shattering golden light swept out. An overbearing aura suddenly swept out from his body like a storm. The Fuyao heaven-shaking wings shone with golden light and swept across the area in front of him. It destroyed the lightning in the most overbearing manner in the void, turning it into shattered lightning. Amidst the undulating waves of golden light, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Lei Yang at a speed faster than lightning. Suddenly, lightning surged in his eyes, sharp and frightening. His hand seals changed, and golden light enveloped the surroundings. An overbearing and fierce aura suddenly swept out. With a shake of his arm, a fist wrapped in golden light directly blasted out. The speed was too fast. Lei Yang seemed to be unable to recover his senses. However, in his shock, he quickly reacted. A vast and mighty lightning pressure spread out. In an instant, it was like a lightning storm spiraling as a fist also collided with the other party. Rumble! When the two fists collided, the void exploded. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Golden light overflowed. Terrifying rune ripples swept across the void like a tsunami. The invisible overbearing aura shook the space, and the space rippled endlessly. It was as if there was endless thunder roaring between heaven and earth. Chi-la, Lei Yang was blasted back. He was directly blasted back dozens of feet in the void before he stabilized his body. There were drops of bright red blood dripping from his fist, emitting bright electric arcs. Late stage of Sage Realm. How can this be? Lei Yang's deep eyes couldn't remain calm anymore. A look of shock appeared on his face. At this moment, he felt the aura of the late stage of Sage Realm. That brat had reached the late stage of Sage Realm. He had deliberately concealed his cultivation in the lightning rune space when he had dealt with Jijin. Otherwise, Jijin wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. He tricked me. He tricked me into taking the bait. Lei Yang finally understood at this moment that Du Xiaofu had revealed his reaction a moment ago. This brat had been luring him into taking the bait. His progress is too terrifying. Could it be that he has comprehended that half of the mysterious bone? Lei Yang was shocked. Lei Yang was secretly shocked. That brat was only at the intermediate stage of Sage Realm the last time he had attacked Lei Yang. And he had fled in distress in front of Lei Yang. However, this brat had reached the late stage of Sage Realm in such a short period of time. Fei Yu's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds after he had obtained that half of the mysterious bone. And this human had reached the intermediate stage of Sage Realm from the initial stage of Sage Realm after obtaining that half of the mysterious bone. Then, he had reached the late stage of Sage Realm in such a short period of time. How terrifying! It had taken him several thousand years to reach the intermediate stage of Sage Beast Realm from the initial stage of Sage Beast Realm. And it had taken him several thousand years to reach the late stage of Sage Realm from the intermediate stage of Sage Realm. However, this human had made another breakthrough in such a short period of time. Precious treasure. That half of the mysterious bone is absolutely a precious treasure. It's a heaven-shaking precious treasure. Amidst his shock and horror, Lei Yang was even more certain that that half of the secret bone was an absolute treasure. He linked everything to that half of the secret bone. It must be that half of the secret bone that allowed this human to break through so quickly. Human, have you really comprehended that half of the mysterious bone? Lei Yang looked at Du Xiaofu. There was a look of expectation on his face. Use your true body. I'll tell you if you can defeat me. Du Xiaofu looked at Lei Yang. There was a trace of a smile in his eyes. The fighting strength of the late stage of Sage Realm wasn't something that the intermediate stage of Sage Realm could compare with. Lei Yang looked at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy expression. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. Boy, it's not over yet. Do you think that you can defeat me just because you've reached the late stage of Sage Realm? Lei Yang shouted. Then, the mighty aura of thunder and lightning rushed out of his body. It was as if a sea of thunder had exploded. It whistled with the sound of thunder and lightning. A terrifying aura of thunder and lightning soared into the sky. Then, his body expanded and transformed into a huge body of 1,000 feet. This was Lei Yang's true body. He had 2 horns that were filled with electric arcs. His entire body was dazzling. His body was covered with scales that looked like an armor of thunder and lightning. His eyes seemed to have transformed into 2 thunder balls. A thunder and lightning storm accompanied by mysterious runes erupted with him as the center. Boom! Boom! Above the vast and boundless void, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The rumbling sound made one's divine soul tremble. Du Xiaofu didn't move. He allowed the terrifying thunder and lightning storm to sweep over him. His body was like a boulder. His black hair danced in the wind as he stared at Lei Yang. This guy is really strong. It's no wonder that the ancestors of the big clans of the Beast Alliance and the Human Clan have to give him some face. Phew! Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. Golden light fluctuated in his eyes. Mysterious runes flickered as if 2 golden-winged rocks were about to fly out. Boom! Boom! The space trembled. At the same time, a terrifying and domineering aura gushed out from Du Xiaofu's body. He didn't hold back the aura of the late-stage Sage Realm. His eyes were filled with battle intent. At this moment, Du Xiaofu didn't even activate his green armor. He wanted to see how strong his body was. Boom! Boom! Mysterious runes of thunder and lightning climbed up Lei Yang's body, emitting a dazzling light. Finally, his body seemed to be wrapped in a ball of thunder and lightning. His aura distorted the void. Even if you've stepped into the late-stage Sage Realm, I'll still suppress you. Boom! Lei Yang's voice came from the huge thunder and lightning. Mysterious runes filled the sky as if a giant thunder and lightning beast was walking through the sky. Carrying the monstrous power of thunder and lightning, it shook the void and distorted it. It was approaching Du Xiaofu. The void rumbled and the sky was filled with electric arcs. Being afraid of you isn't enough! Boom! Du Xiaofu's battle intent surged. His voice was like thunder and golden light soared into the sky. Chi La! The thunder goat took to the air, and under its huge body, a violent power of thunder and lightning swept out. A fierce and huge palm print of thunder and lightning stretched out from the void, slamming directly at Du Xiaofu's head. Under the palm print, cracks spilled out from the void, fluctuating with thunder and lightning, destroying everything. Boom! Boom! The void rumbled, and at the same time, Du Xiaofu's hand imprints rapidly condensed as a surge of majestic aura akin to a peerless beast soared up into the sky. The chaos-crushing talons of the great rock rapidly condensed and directly blasted out towards the lightning palm imprint, exuding an incomparably tyrannical aura. The void in front of the claw exploded as if it was about to collapse. When it collided with the claw, the void cracked. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread out. Rumble! The terrifying rune ripples were like a tsunami, sweeping across the void, causing the space to shake violently. The invisible and domineering aura shook the space, causing the space to ripple endlessly. It was as if thunder was rumbling between the heavens and the earth. Chi-la-la! Lei Yang's huge body staggered back. The void under his feet quietly collapsed. His eyes were like a sea of thunder and lightning. Rumble! Thunder and lightning swept across the sky, and a terrifying aura swept out without reservation. Lei Yang was already clear that if he didn't go through a fierce battle today, he was afraid that he would really capsize in a ditch. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Lightning arcs wreaked havoc, and thunderclouds covered the vast void. At this moment, Lei Yang no longer held back. A terrifying aura whizzed out with his body as the center, turning into a sea of thunder. Lightning flashed and thunder roared endlessly, causing people's hearts to tremble and their primordial spirits to burn. To be able to make me hold nothing back, human, continue! Lei Yang shouted. Blazing lightning runes swept out from his body like a volcanic eruption. His huge body was blazing like the sun, and he roared as he pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Come! Golden light flashed behind him as the rock's golden wings spread out. Du Xiaofu didn't retreat, but moved forward. His 5 fingers slightly bent, and the surrounding void solidified. Waves of profound energy spread out from his hand along with a special starlight rune. The aura in the sky surged, and it almost distorted the space. In the end, it intertwined with each other, and in an instant, it condensed into a handprint that was several feet in size. The moment the handprint appeared, the surrounding space trembled. Waves of mystical aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. Brilliant star seal! Bang! Du Xiaofu made his move. With a shake of his arm, he instantly slapped out a hand seal. Dazzling talisman runes gushed out. It was as if countless stars were emitting their light. They carried a kind of vast aura that covered the sky and covered the earth. This handprint devoured light, and even the lightning energy around Lei Yang's body could be directly devoured. The surrounding void seemed to have suddenly fallen into a curtain of night. The violent energy affected the space and devoured light. This handprint was the ultimate technique of the Yin-Yang school. It was like an endless starry sky had descended, penetrating through time and space. Its pressure was unparalleled, and it suppressed the vast sky. At this moment, the sky full of stars rotated, and the sky exploded. The void collapsed inch by inch. The explosion was like thunder, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and runes surged. Fight! Golden light burst out, and a pair of golden-winged rock wings appeared in the void. Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Lei Yang's huge body. He spread his wings, and his aura was monstrous. The golden-winged rock was connected to Du Xiaofu's flesh and bones. A terrifying aura surged, shaking the void. This was also Du Xiaofu's combat strength. Star-shattering fist! Bang! Heavenly horse violent palm! Sky-shaking wings! Bang! Profound yellow emperor's seal! In an instant Du Xiaofu seemed to have turned into a real golden-winged rock. He spread his wings and soared into the sky. A series of attacks hit Lei Yang's body like a torrential rain. Roar! Lei Yang erupted, roaring like thunder. It resisted with all its strength. Its eyes were filled with fear. It now knew how much strength this kid had hidden when he killed Jijin from the Ji family. Chapter 24:11. Rumble. In the void, they constantly collided and exploded. Du Xiaofu and Lei Yang instantly launched a series of attacks. At this moment, Du Xiaofu activated the Golden Winged Rock ability. He felt that he was the real Golden Winged Rock, soaring in the sky. He could control the supreme power and release endless domineering pressure. Roar! Roar! Lei Yang shrieked. Lightning runes covered the sky and earth. Ferocious power surged. Whether it was his physical body or his attack power, they were both extremely terrifying. At this moment, he was also going all out. In the same level of cultivation, Lei Yang's combat power was absolutely terrifying. It could be compared to the big clans in the Beast Alliance. At the same level of cultivation, Lei Yang would not be at a disadvantage when fighting against the experts of the Sky Flame Phoenix clan. Lei Yang's body was born with the profound meaning of thunder and lightning. That was a terrifying bloodline left behind from ancient times. But at this moment, Lei Yang met Du Xiaofu. At the same level of cultivation, when had Du Xiaofu ever lost to anyone? At this moment, Lei Yang did not even know that if Du Xiaofu was really only focused on winning and did not want to take the opportunity to prove himself, there would be no need to fight like this. The profound meaning of the 8 trigrams, the talisman array, the primordial spirit vein spirit, the lightning martial vein, and various other trump cards. If Du Xiaofu used them, he would have finished off Lei Yang long ago. Going all out in this battle against Lei Yang, Du Xiaofu's physical body went all out. Fist to fist, colliding with each other. Vigorous power surged in Du Xiaofu's body. Every move of his could shatter the void. It was incomparably carefree and domineering. Fight! Du Xiaofu became more and more courageous as he fought. From time to time, he would roar loudly. Bang, bang, bang. The void continued to rumble. Lei Yang, on the other hand, was in a miserable state. His body became dimmer and dimmer as he was sent flying. He began to vomit blood. The space behind him was destroyed and collapsed. That kind of terrifying impact was a visual impact only when one saw it with their own eyes. Rock's Chaos Crushing Claw! Du Xiaofu swooped down as the true rock spread its wings and bent its 5 fingers. Golden talisman patterns flickered on its fingertips as if it wanted to tear the space apart. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the claws. Du Xiaofu's aura was like that of a peerless, ferocious beast under the great rock's chaos-crushing claw. The dazzling talisman inscriptions in front of the claw imprint were like golden lightning that wreaked havoc. It was as if a golden-winged great rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. A tyrannical and terrifying aura erupted. Under the terrifying golden claw, the sovereign's aura descended, causing the Thunder Goat's eyes to be filled with terror. Golden light erupted from the great rock's chaos-crushing claw. It was as if countless golden lightning snakes were flying out. With an incomparably domineering posture, it viciously grabbed at Lei Yang. Poochie! Lei Yang was sent flying. Its body was in a mess. The lightning on its body was dim, and the scales on its huge body were cracked beyond recognition. They were dim and had completely lost their luster. Its flesh was also bleeding. Du Xiaofu floated in the void. The rock's golden wings spread out behind his back. His aura was domineering, and it seemed that he was getting braver as he fought. Lei Yang was completely stunned. Its fierce eyes were lifeless, and its body was trembling involuntarily. Lei Yang was completely shocked. At this time, it knew that it was unable to fight back. Run! Lei Yang immediately fled. It did not dare to stay any longer. Humph! Humph! At this moment, a childish snort came from above the void. A small figure appeared in front of Lei Yang like a ghost. This figure was very small and looked to be around 10 years old. Her red skirt fluttered slightly and was surrounded by star patterns. On her chubby face, there was a faint golden brilliance in the depths of her bewitching eyes, revealing the overbearing aura of a sovereign. Roar! Lei Yang roared angrily. It did not dare to stop. It could not defeat that kid. Why should it be afraid of this little girl? Suddenly, its huge hoof slammed down with lightning wreaking havoc. Io, are you looking for a beating? Little Star. Little Star attacked. His small fist was like jade but covered in golden flames. Immediately it collided with the huge hoof covered in lightning. Rumble. Suddenly, the small fist exploded with the power of a sovereign. The golden flames were like the sovereign of flames. They condensed into golden flame runes, causing the void to distort. The terrifying energy was like several volcanoes exploding at the same time. The destructive energy was enough to destroy all living things. It also had the aura of a sovereign of beasts. Puff. Lei Yang's humongous body flew backwards at this moment. Fresh blood dripped from its huge hooves and it was directly crushed. There was also a charred smell from the high temperature. Large mouthfuls of blood poured out from its mouth, while its eyes trembled violently, as if it had seen a ghost. Only Lei Yang knew how terrifying that punch was. It contained a terrifying aura that could make its beast soul crawl. It had never seen such a terrifying aura before. At this moment, Little Star did not move at all. Lei Ying's lightning power seemed to have no effect on her. Late Sacred Beast Realm. After that punch, Lei Yang finally understood why Du Xiaofu did not let this little girl interfere in the beginning. It turned out that this little girl had also reached the late Sacred Beast Realm. Big trouble. Lei Yang broke down. He recalled the rumor of blood malevolent patriarch fleeing in a sorry state. He did not believe it at first. But now, how could it be fake? However, Lei Yang did not even have time to break down. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared again. The golden runes behind him surged like a tide. It was like a human-shaped rock flapping its wings and soaring to the sky. Lei Yang wanted to continue to escape, but before his figure could move, Du Xiaofu's figure had already landed. His 5 fingers turned into a claw print that distorted the void. He grabbed the hoof that had just been shattered by Little Star with lightning speed and fiercely swung it down. At this moment, Lei Yang's 1,000 feet body involuntarily flipped in the air and was violently flung away. Du Xiaofu's figure followed like a shadow. The mysterious rune wings on his back flapped. Light filled the air. Before Lei Yang could stabilize his body, he appeared in an instant. Rock descends to the 9th heaven, suppress! Suppress! Golden light bloomed around Du Xiaofu's body. The wings on his back flapped fiercely, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. It was as if a giant rock had descended. It flapped its wings and swept across. It was overbearing and fierce. It was as if it was the only supreme existence, suppressing everything. Roar! Du Xiaofu suppressed. Lei Yang roared. Thunder clouds rolled around him. It was as if thunder was rumbling in the air. But no matter how hard Lei Yang struggled, he could not escape. He was getting weaker and weaker. It's time to end this. Du Xiaofu's figure landed on the ground, and his hand seals continued to condense. With a wave of his hand, a supreme pressure spread out from his palm, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder, and silver-yellow electric arcs suddenly erupted. Roar! Roar! The roar of a dragon, tiger, phoenix, and lion came from Du Xiaofu's palm. A terrifying aura erupted, causing the surrounding space to rumble and tremble. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's right palm was covered with a mysterious seal, and the shadow of a golden-winged rock appeared. It was dazzling with golden light, and it carried silver-yellow electric arcs. A monstrous pressure spread out from it. When this monstrous pressure descended, it contained a pressure that all beasts could not resist. This pressure came from the souls of all beasts. It came from their bloodline. Lei Yang was horrified. The phantom of the golden-winged rock accompanied by silver-yellow electric arcs descended. The beast soul in his mind trembled. It was completely suppressed. Blood soul seal. Blood soul seal. Du Xiaofu's hand seal fell. With the roar of a dragon, a phoenix, a lion, and a tiger, it landed directly in between the eyebrows of the stunned Lei Yang. The strange golden hand seal turned into a ball of golden light along with the supreme pressure of all beasts, and disappeared in between the eyebrows of Lei Yang. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu closed his eyes. Hand seals formed in his hands. Runes lingered around his body. As the hand seals formed, rays of extremely strange and mystical light with a terrifying supreme pressure landed in between the eyebrows of Lei Yang. At this moment, Lei Yang was completely suppressed. His pair of enormous, ferocious eyes that contained a thunderous black color involuntarily shut. "You want to control me? Impossible! Impossible! Impossible!" At this moment, the beast soul of the Thunder Goat was roaring in its mind. It had sensed Du Xiaofu's intention and was resisting with all its strength. It was an expert of the late stage of the Saint Beast realm. How could it be controlled so easily? It was born with the profound meaning of thunder and lightning. Its beast soul was absolutely not something that anyone could approach and do anything to. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. Dazzling golden light erupted, and the handprint of the golden-winged rock appeared in Lei Yang's mind. Lightning arcs raged in his primordial spirit, and a monstrous supreme pressure swept out, directly imprisoning Lei Yang's beast soul. The beast soul struggled violently. Lei Yang found that it was completely suppressed. It wanted to escape, but it was unable to escape no matter how hard it tried. Beast control technique. Yes. In the void, Du Xiaofu's final hand seal formed. A dazzling golden light entered between Lei Yang's eyebrows. Roar! In the Lei Yang's mind, the roar of a dragon and a tiger, as well as the roar of a phoenix and a lion, reverberated. A huge pressure spread out, and the golden rock image turned into a bright golden light, instantly entering the Lei Yang's beast soul. Lei Yang's resisting beast soul gradually began to be tamed. In the outside world, Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It was not an easy task to set up a blood soul in Lei Yang's mind. Fortunately, he had made some progress after devouring a large amount of thunder and lightning energy. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. Defeating and setting up a beast control technique were two completely different concepts. Not long after, Lei Yang's closed eyes opened. Its huge body also turned into a skinny and wretched human form. It looked at Du Xiaofu. The murderous glint in its eyes had disappeared and it became extremely docile. Its huge body stood up and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master." "Yes. Yes. Yes." Du Xiaofu nodded. Under the beast control technique, Lei Yan had already submitted. A late-stage holy beast, unless it was necessary, there was no deep hatred. Du Xiaofu did not want to kill it. If he could bring it out, it would be an absolutely powerful expert. "It would have been better if you did this earlier. Why did you have to be beaten up?" Little Xingxing pouted and rolled its eyes at Lei Yang. "Be careful, this place is very abnormal." And at this moment, Du Xiaofu didn't retract his golden rock wings. His countenance stiffened as he stared at his surroundings. In this space, he could sense an extremely familiar aura. From the moment he entered this strange space, he had already sensed it. The surroundings were hazy, and an ancient aura slowly spread out from the void. The ancient aura was vast and boundless, making people feel awe from the depths of their soul unconsciously. "Be careful," Du Xiaofu suddenly shouted. At the same time, before Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the surrounding space suddenly trembled and began to emit multicolored light. It was like the blooming of a comet in the void. The surroundings were dazzling, as if the sky was covered with divine light. Then, amidst the multicolored light, many spatial ripples flickered. There were runes flickering on them. In the continuous space, the spatial ripples swayed slightly, dazzling and illusory. Chi-la-la. The void was constantly distorted. At the same time, Du Xiaofu watched little Xingxing and Lei Yang disappear in the distorted void. There was nothing he could do. The surrounding void was fluctuating, as if the space was isolated. Time and space were fluctuating. Roar! Roar! In the next instant, a vast space appeared in the distorted space in front of him. A huge demonic beast roared as it came out. Bang! Bang! Du Xiaofu directly made his move. Golden light erupted as he swung his arm, destroying the demonic beast that pounced out. However, after the demonic beast was destroyed, there was no blood mist. Instead, it turned into dazzling runes that filled the sky and dissipated. The void in front of Du Xiaofu changed again. Du Xiaofu looked around. It was a vast mountain range, and the surrounding space fluctuated strangely. Roar! While Du Xiaofu was still sizing up the surroundings, another red dragon soared into the sky. Its aura was huge, and it was at the early stage of the Saint Beast realm. Boom! Roar! Du Xiaofu was not worried about such a dragon. The golden wings on his back flapped, and his figure swept out. He waved his hand and a faint golden light flickered. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and suddenly, a fist rushed out and landed on the dragon's ferocious head, shattering it into runes that filled the sky and dissipating. When the runes that filled the sky dissipated, Du Xiaofu's figure also disappeared in midair. His vision blurred, and when Du Xiaofu looked at the void in front of him, he was already above a sea. A rumbling sound echoed in the void, and the sea was surging with raging waves. Roar! A huge dragon rushed out of the sea, roaring in the sky. Its aura was much stronger than the previous dragon. Swish! Without any hesitation, he waved his hand. Golden light flashed, and the rock's chaos-crushing claws slashed out. It tore through the void, and the dragon was crushed in the void. In the next moment, the surrounding space fluctuated. When Du Xiaofu reappeared, he was already in a mountain range. A huge stone man blocked in front of him. Runes spread out, and it looked at Du Xiaofu like an elephant looking at an ant. Its huge hand clenched into a fist, and like a meteor streaking across the sky, it directly attacked Du Xiaofu. Break! Break! Du Xiaofu shouted, and his body was wrapped in a faint golden light. He raised his arm and punched out. Boom! Boom! The fist was wrapped in golden light, and it emitted an endless dazzling light. The domineering aura was like a volcanic eruption. Du Xiaofu didn't dodge, and his fist collided with the huge meteor-like fist. Rumble! Boom! When the 2 fists collided, energy exploded in midair, as if it was going to shatter the space. The dazzling runes collapsed, and the momentum was shocking. Then, the huge stone man was destroyed inch by inch, and Du Xiaofu's fist easily destroyed it, turning it into runes that filled the sky and dissipated. However, the scene in front of Du Xiaofu was still changing. In the vast void, a huge demon eagle flapped its wings and flew across the sky, and a vast aura surged. That vast aura was at least at the peak of the middle stage of the holy beast realm. It flapped its wings and its sharp claws tore through the sky, as if it was going to tear the space apart. Destroy! Destroy! Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and stood there motionlessly, staring at the demonic eagle's claw that was tearing through the sky. There was no fear in his eyes. In an instant, the rock soared through the 9 heavens. Under the heaven-shaking wings, the demonic eagle was directly smashed into pieces. But this time, the scene in front of Du Xiaofu didn't change. Just as the demon eagle's runes collapsed, 2 ferocious birds swooped down from the sky, roaring ferociously. They flapped their wings and covered the sky, and wanted to tear Du Xiaofu to pieces. Du Xiaofu was fearless. He stepped into the void, and his fists were like 2 dragons emerging from the sea. In front of his fists, mysterious golden runes lingered, and he easily shattered the 2 huge birds again. Finally, the scene before Du Xiaofu's eyes changed again. It was as if there was a light screen flashing in front of him. When the scene before Du Xiaofu's eyes became clear again, a large amount of terrifying attack power accompanied by a frightening aura swept over under the resplendent energy runes. Rumble, accompanied by those terrifying attacks, it was as if the heaven and earth were rioting. An ancient flood dragon roared, a huge ape pounced, and a vicious bird spread its wings and screeched. The sound waves were able to attack the primordial spirit. The terrifying might was enough to not be besieged by more than 10 peak late-stage saint beasts. Under such an attack, even a late-stage saint beast would have to dodge directly. These demonic beasts seemed to have crossed through time and space to appear here. Some of them were like living creatures. Their terrifying strength was too shocking, and those terrifying means were even more realistic than the real thing. Rumble, in an instant, the void boiled, and resplendent runes appeared. Du Xiaofu's expression changed, and he didn't dare to be careless. He directly activated the cyan spirit armor, and in the midst of the golden light, he attacked with all his strength. The astral energy on his body, the beast energy of the purple flame demonic phoenix, and the golden rock transformed into resplendent rays of light that swept out. Pun soars to the ninth heaven! Boom! Profound yellow Emperor's seal! Du Xiaofu continued to attack, causing the void to surge. The energy was like a destructive force that swept out in all directions, and a large area of space was destroyed. These demonic beasts were very strong, but they weren't able to cause any real harm to Du Xiaofu. In the end, they were shattered by Du Xiaofu, but they had exhausted a lot of Du Xiaofu's energy, and he didn't dare to be careless. Roar! When Du Xiaofu appeared on a vast plain, a terrifying energy accompanied by a roar swept out, and a monstrous blazing flame swept out. Under the monstrous aura, Du Xiaofu's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Du Xiaofu looked straight ahead and saw a sea of blazing flames that blotted out the sky. It was like a sea of fire. The sea of fire seemed to be shrinking, and the entire vast and boundless space of flames also slowly disappeared. The terrifying flames all disappeared, and finally, a giant turtle that wasn't too big, only about 1,000 feet in size, but its aura was incomparably terrifying, appeared. Chapter 24:12. What kind of demonic beast is this? Even Du Xiaofu was alarmed by the fiery light that blotted out the sky. The eyes of the giant fiery tortoise that had been tightly shut all this time suddenly opened as the fiery flames around its body slowly disappeared. Resplendent flames flickered in its giant lantern-like eyes, like a sea of fire. As its mouth opened slightly, a deep dragon roar sounded from its throat, like thunder. An astonishing pressure spread out, causing the strange space to tremble continuously. This huge ferocious giant tortoise was actually only 100 feet in size. It was much smaller than the other demonic beasts. Its entire body was scarlet red, and even its entire body was covered with scarlet scales that were like flames, tightly wrapping its entire body within. The giant tortoise's scarlet scales were also covered in uneven white stripes. The white stripes were narrow, as if lava was flowing within them. Sharp sword teeth, sharp claws, and a long fiery tail could be vaguely seen in its bloody basin-like mouth, making it look exceptionally ferocious and strange. There was an enormous and terrifying aura around it, comparable to that of a true dragon or a true phoenix. Ayo! The ferocious scarlet flame giant tortoise stared at Du Xiaofu, causing the temperature in the air to rise sharply. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled as he finally recognized it. This was the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise that had disappeared long ago. From its aura, it was comparable to that of a true dragon or a true phoenix, and its current aura was not below that of the blood-malevolent patriarch. Immemorial heavenly flame tortoise! Du Xiaoshu's heart trembled. It was said that the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise had two powerful innate abilities. The first was the blazing power of fire. Its attacks could carry a monstrous heat that was enough to incinerate one's yuan spirit. The second innate ability was its physical body. It was said that the physical body of the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise was not inferior to that of the great golden-winged pink clan. Hew! Such a powerful immemorial demonic beast had long since gone extinct. To think that there would still be one in this place made Du Xiaofu's eyes tremble inwardly. Although this was only an illusory figure in this strange place, it would be a great opportunity if he could comprehend its beast energy. The immemorial heavenly flame tortoise stared at Du Xiaofu, but did not immediately launch an attack. An aura that carried some scarlet flames was once again spat out from its mouth. As its entire body trembled, a feeling of boundless power immediately surged out. Du Xiaofu's eyes were locked onto the giant immemorial heavenly flame tortoise's body. Its scales seemed to be covered by scarlet flames. An extremely dangerous aura seemed to penetrate into his mind, and a high-temperature release was slowly spreading it of the heat of the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise. Du Xiaofu's expression changed. If the primordial spirit in his mind was ordinary, and didn't have any special abilities, he would be in big trouble. Seemingly sensing that Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was not affected by its aura, the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise's expression changed slightly. Ayo! Ayo! In an instant, the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise's roar rang out, following which, the pressure on its body grew increasingly dense. Its giant ominous eyes carried a trace of frightening flames, while high-temperature magma splashed out from the surface of its scarlet scales. Roar! With a dragon-like roar, the giant immemorial heavenly flame tortoise pounced over under Du Xiaofu's grave gaze. Its astonishing aura pressured the air. At this moment, even with Du Xiaofu's current cultivation, he could not help but find it difficult to breathe, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Big trouble! Ayo! Du Xiaofu furrowed his brows. Although this demonic beast was an illusory figure, it seemed real. Moreover, its attack power was real, and its might was not below that of Patriarch Blood Mane. The immemorial heavenly flame tortoise's speed had also reached the limit. Although its giant front claws seemed somewhat clumsy, they were still able to tear through space and descend. The blazing magma on its scales violently churned as a claw shot out from its front limbs. Take the beast! Ayo! Du Xiaofu's eyes faintly flickered as earth-shattering profound energy burst out from his body, drawing in the boundless energy of heaven and earth. Behind him, a fist instantly collided with the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise's claw. Golden light erupted from the fist, accompanied by the long cry of a divine elephant. The instant the two forces collided, 5 spatial cracks were torn open in the giant tortoise's claw. Space rippled, and under an astonishing sonic boom, space directly exploded. Du Xiaofu's figure was instantly blown back. Chi. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled, somewhat in disbelief. He did not hold back just now, but was actually blown back. Fortunately, he had the green spirit armor and the immortal Xian body, so there was not much of a problem. However, his fist was also tingling with numbness. Ayo! Ayo! The immemorial heavenly flame tortoise was also blown back, but immediately after, its huge body violently shot up, suddenly leaping out once again. Its right claw suddenly clawed at the space in front of it, and under this claw, the space in front of it suddenly exploded. The huge claw brought along a monstrous flame rune as it tore through the space. The flame rune was like a sea of fire, carrying an astonishing pressure. In a flash, it once again appeared above Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The golden wings of the great Peng flapped, and he also instantly soared into the sky. The wings of the great Peng flapped out, and the palm of his hand was like a palm leaf fan. Everywhere it passed, layers of mysterious golden runes overlapped. The domineering and fierce aura was like a volcanic eruption, and the aura of the great Peng on his body surged. Boom! Ayo! The muffled sound of energy made the runes dazzle. At the same time that such a terrifying force shattered the sea of fire, Du Xiaofu's fist once again struck the claw. Bang, bang, bang! Boom! An astonishing amount of energy exploded in the sky. Sparks flew everywhere, and golden light surged. It was like the most gorgeous fireworks. However, under such magnificence, there was a destructive power hidden, and the space collapsed inch by inch. Stomp, stomp! In the air, a monstrous force swept out, and Du Xiaofu was once again blown back a little. The immemorial heavenly flame tortoise also did not seem to have gained much of an advantage. Too strong! Boom! The blood and qi within Du Xiaofu's body surged. If not for the immortal Xian body and the green spirit armor, he would definitely be in trouble. Ayo! Ayo! The ancient heavenly flame turtle seemed to have received some sort of pressure. At this moment, the ancient heavenly flame turtle began to roar unceasingly. Raging flames surged and whistled as a frightening hot pressure descended. An unusual phenomenon of lightning flashing and rolling thunder seemed to have surged within a pair of fiery sea-like fierce eyes. It was as though the entire space had been shot into those enormous fierce eyes. Instantly, it opened its ferocious large mouth and a cluster of enormous hot fire-light pillars shot out. Crackle, crackle! When the pillar of light shot out, it instantly split into two in the air. Like numerous blazing fire dragons, it tore through space and charged towards Du Xiaofu in a densely packed manner. Every single pillar of fire was able to directly shatter space. Did I give you face? Boom! Seeing the countless flames rushing over, Du Xiaofu's brows raised. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying purple flame swept out from his body, as if it had transformed into a huge purple flame demonic phoenix that spread its wings. View! View! The purple flame demonic phoenix roared, as an astonishing blazing aura suddenly spread out, as if it could destroy everything. Streak after streak of blazing purple flame aura, as if they had transformed into purple flame waves, swept over the blazing pillars of light. Boom, boom, boom! Boom! A series of sonic booms sounded, as if a volcano had exploded. Rumble! Boom! Under such terrifying might, a blazing claw instantly tore through space, and arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. Ping descends to the 9 heavens, suppress! Boom! Du Xiaofu's golden ping wings spread out behind him, and the ping soared to the 9 heavens. Golden light erupted like a sun, and a sharp screech resounded. Amidst the golden light, mysterious runes erupted, as if there was a golden-winged ping phantom flapping its wings and soaring up. Crackle! Crackle! The blazing claw blasted down, and in the next instant, it collided with the mysterious runes of the golden light. Countless dazzling golden light and blazing flame runes burst out from the storm. Boom, boom! Boom! Above the space, there were continuous explosions. As the aura swept out, Du Xiaofu was once again pushed back. Under the terrifying blazing attack, his body also felt a burning sensation. The blazing flames were different, as they could actually penetrate his cyan spirit armor and integrate into his body. Fortunately, the cyan spirit armor and the immortal Xian body were not to be trifled with. Although the terrifying blazing aura made his body feel extremely uncomfortable, there was no trace of injury. Crackle! Crackle! The ancient heavenly flame tortoise was also forced back. However, it did not seem to be affected by the illusory figure. It once again opened its huge mouth, and a magma-like blazing light pillar shot out from its mouth with a ripping sound. It shot out at a speed close to light speed. In a flash, it once again enveloped Du Xiaofu. Such a terrifying fiery attack caused Du Xiaofu's golden pupils to contract slightly. This kind of speed was also very difficult to dodge. Immediately, boundless profound energy rapidly fluctuated within his body. Following which, the great rock's chaos-shattering claw directly tore through the void to meet the attack. Boom boom, aoo, thunderous sonic booms and dragon-like roars reverberated in this strange space, deafening everyone's ears. The surrounding space was also directly torn apart in this violent collision, and then restored, only to be shattered again. A terrifying force swept out, shaking the void until it directly cracked. The space fluctuated, and the energy storm whistled. After dozens of such moves, Du Xiaofu still could not gain any advantage. Roar! The immemorial heavenly flame tortoise roared, and claw after claw fell, each claw tearing through space. Du Xiaofu also used his full strength, and each force shattered the space, and an astonishing sonic boom immediately rang out. Aoo! The immemorial heavenly flame tortoise roared, and at the same time, its speed was incomparably fast. Its attack surged, and a spatial crack spread out. Du Xiaofu's body was directly sent flying. With the support of the indestructible Xian body and the green spirit armor, and the body that was refined by the golden-winged Great Ping Clan, he could not help but vomit blood at this moment. It's definitely comparable to the blood mane! Aoo! Du Xiaofu's eyes revealed that kind of color. He had already used his full strength, but still could not do anything to this immemorial heavenly flame tortoise. The strength of this immemorial heavenly flame tortoise was definitely not much weaker than the blood mane patriarch. Boom! Aoo! In just an instant, the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise rapidly attacked Du Xiaofu again. With every movement, blazing heat overflowed the sky, shattering the void. Did I really give you face? Wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Du Xiaofu was also angry. In an instant, he formed a hand seal, and a strange pattern appeared in the void, enveloping the void. This was a void 8 trigrams diagram. With Du Xiaofu as the center, the void 8 trigrams diagram swept out like a divine ring, filled with resplendent light, and surged with all kinds of strange phenomena. There was the evolution of mountains and lakes, the alternation of wind and rain, the change of the sun, moon, and stars, the movement of mountains and rivers. The immemorial heavenly flame tortoise roared and jumped, but no matter how much strength it used, it could not break free from the void 8 trigrams diagram. A vast power could directly bind and affect it. Bright destruction of earthly fire! Boom! A voice came from the void, and the void suddenly changed. Suddenly, lightning and stars descended, and raging flames descended. Heaven and earth resonated, and a vast and mighty power, in the sea of resplendent runes, formed a stormy sea, and directly engulfed the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise. Rumble! Boom! Activating the 8 trigrams diagram, strange phenomena filled the sky. Du Xiaofu's lightning martial vein and golden-winged rock fused into a purple-gold thunder rock, spreading its wings and shaking, and once again engaged in a fierce battle with the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise. Ao! The immemorial heavenly flame tortoise roared again and again. Although it was absolutely affected by Du Xiaofu's void 8 trigrams diagram, its terrifying strength made it difficult for Du Xiaofu to completely suppress it with the 8 trigrams diagram. Although it was clearly affected, it was not something that Du Xiaofu could truly suppress. Ao! Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the wind rose and clouds surged. Du Xiaofu cooperated with the void 8 trigrams diagram, and also activated his lightning martial vein, and finally gained the upper hand. Boom, 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 muffled sounds constantly came from the void 8 trigrams diagram, and there were beast roars like thunder. The aftermath of the terrifying power that swept out had long collapsed and submerged the surroundings. Boom! Boom! Du Xiaofu constantly attacked. Purple flames surged, and runes bloomed. The 8 trigrams profound contained all of Du Xiaofu's methods. The golden-winged rock's phantom and the lightning martial vein were both activated, and fought against the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise's phantom. The void boiled, runes were resplendent, and strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Lightning interweaved, and all kinds of terrifying methods filled the sky. Du Xiaofu fought, and the 8 trigrams diagram displayed its might. Energy swept out, and the void spread like waves. But the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise roared, and activated all kinds of terrifying methods, blocking all of Du Xiaofu's attacks. This battle was very terrifying. Du Xiaofu was using all of his strength. Golden light shone from his back, and the golden rock wings spread out, stabilizing his retreat. Golden splendor fluctuated, and at the same time, he activated the rock descends to the 9th heaven. It was as if a real golden-winged rock had descended, and it carried the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. The void rumbled, and a series of dazzling runes burst forth in the air. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the energy was as gorgeous as golden fireworks, causing the entire sky to be resplendent. Gorgeous runes poured down, but what they contained was an absolutely terrifying destructive power. Gee! The rock's cry pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. Above the 8 trigrams diagram, a huge purple-gold thunder rock swept out from Du Xiaofu's back. A mighty and domineering pressure swept out, and its huge body covered more than half of the space. Coo! The purple-gold rock cried, and its voice seemed to penetrate the space. Its entire body was covered in dense purple-gold lightning arcs, and as they rapidly twisted, they finally converged into a huge purple-gold thunderbolt. The huge purple-gold thunderbolt destroyed the surrounding flames, and finally heavily landed on the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise's body. This kind of earth-shattering purple-gold thunderbolt descended, causing the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise to finally tremble. Aoo! The immemorial heavenly flame tortoise roared, and thunder resounded. Its ferocious head was like a giant python flying dragon, and in an instant, it spat out magma-like blazing runes towards the purple-gold thunder rock like lightning. Chi-la! The pair of sharp claws under the purple-gold rock's abdomen also instantly erupted with purple-gold lightning arcs. The lightning arcs wreaked havoc in the sky, and the lightning was like a purple-gold sun in the sky. A claw tore through the space, and directly tore the ferocious head of the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise to shreds. The other claw of the purple gold rock heavily swooped down, and landed on the back of the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise. Chi-la-la! As the terrifying claw landed, the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise, which was filled with blazing and monstrous destructive energy, was only in a stalemate for a moment, before the flame-like scales on its back began to crack. In the next instant, waves of intense electric ripples also appeared on the back of the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Du Xiaofu's figure swooped down. His fist, which was covered with thunder martial veins, seemed to carry a purple gold thunderball as it heavily landed on the cracked back of the giant tortoise. The purple gold thunderbolt was filled with killing intent, and its aura was like that of a thunder sovereign. Rumble! Boom! Under Du Xiaofu's punch, the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise finally cracked. Crash! The destructive and violent energy spread out, transforming into a stretch of resplendent lightning runes that swept out like a tidal wave. It's finally broken! Du Xiaofu's face was deathly pale, and his cyan spirit armor was also riddled with wounds. He was in an extremely sorry state. Other than the vain spirit, he had used all his strength to barely defeat the immemorial heavenly flame tortoise. That kind of terrifying strength made Du Xiaofu feel that it was not much weaker than the blood mane ancestor. Chi-la-la! Chi-la-la! Before Du Xiaofu's voice could fade away, a dense array of flags swept out from the air, spreading out astonishing fluctuations. In an instant, they appeared in the void around Du Xiaofu. Rumble! Chi-la-la! When the dense array flags disappeared in an instant, a violent wind howled in the sky, and the space became chaotic. Runes spread out in the air, and the surrounding void fluctuated violently. Suddenly, the space trembled, and a terrifying array passed through the boundless void, enveloping Du Xiaofu within it. When the array appeared, it covered the sky and covered the sun. The violent energy was like the most terrifying tornado, sweeping across the world. Its power was enough to make one's heart tremble. Saint Spirit Array! A wry smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. Such a charm array was enough to trap an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Sage Realm. The three continents Kyushu was a vast and boundless sea. The sky and water were the same color, as if they were connected to the horizon. Above the vast sea, a spatial crack appeared in the depths of the void, and a vast and ancient aura came out from it. It was unknown when, but in the depths of the vast sea, many powerful auras and phantoms had appeared, as if they were anxiously waiting for something. In the huge crack in the depths of the void, a vast ancient land became clearer and clearer, as if a part of the world was completely falling. Chapter 24:13. The restriction is getting weaker and weaker. Is it going to completely open? Huolei Laozu's figure appeared in a corner of the void, looking ahead, his eyes covered with crimson-blue flames and lightning. Rumble! The world trembled, the tides rose, and the heavens and earth roared. That world seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens, completely descending into this world. Suddenly, the heavens fell and the earth cracked, the sea and the sky rolled in reverse, and the universe was turned upside down. The islands and reefs in the sea trembled, and the crack in the void expanded rapidly. It was as if the entrance to a new world had been opened. Then, the new world was like a lake tilting into the sea, forcibly appearing in this world. Rumble! At this moment, the entire world was also affected. Within the domain of the 3 continents Kyushu, the earth and mountains shook, and the sun and moon lost their light. Everything seemed to have returned to an extremely ancient era. It was as if in that void where the sun and moon did not shine, there were many ferocious beasts chanting. The divine sound was deafening, and mysterious runes overflowed from the void endlessly. There was no living creature who was not shocked. In the new world that had fallen, there was a vast ancient land. Light shone, runes were resplendent, and white mist was faintly discernible. It was like the aura of a celestial being, and there were bursts of sounds of worship. Walala! At this moment, the entire world was filled with surging energy of heaven and earth. The white mist rippled, and the divine sound was heard. The restriction has disappeared, and the ancient desolate ominous grounds have completely appeared. In the depths of the void many old figures seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and they directly soared into the sky. In the silent and distorted space, within the enormous symbol array that covered the sky and covered the entire space, a terrifying energy fluctuated after an unknown amount of time. Faintly, there seemed to be golden rays of light that were about to burst out, and the symbol array began to tremble, on the verge of collapse. Rumble. Boom. Then, the rune formation directly exploded, and violent energy swept through the sky, causing the entire void to tremble violently. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, the sky was shattering, and countless runes were collapsing. The momentum was terrifying. Chi! Chi! In the shattered void, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. He exhaled slightly, but his expression was incomparably solemn. In this strange place, Du Xiaofu felt that he had probably stayed for no less than 2 years. Fortunately, it was only a huge illusory formation. Although it had consumed a lot of his time, he still managed to break out of it. After such a long time, he had recovered most of the energy he had previously, and his understanding of the formation in Heavenly Spirit Book had also become much more detailed. Of the formation. 2 years. He did not know whether the entire ancient desolate ominous grounds had closed or not. If it was closed, the outside, and what the outside had had it, and if it did not, then, he did not know what the outside world. If it was down in the world. If it did not, the outside, what the outside was, in the S, ins le ominous SSSS ominous Lucas's too. Wang Down's down is it really? Du Xiaofu frowned. Over the past 2 years, he had become increasingly aware of one thing. Everything in this strange space was exactly the same as what he was experiencing. Boom! Boom! As the talisman array shattered, the entire space trembled violently. It was as if there was a dazzling light fluctuation in the sky. The talisman runes were dazzling, and a vast and mighty pressure spread out, wanting to make people submit to it. There seemed to be a passage in the light that led to another void. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. After a slight hesitation, his figure suddenly passed through the light curtain of runes, and a void appeared in front of him. Hula. From time to time, the sound of talisman runes could be heard coming from the void. As the ancient talisman runes fluctuated, a figure slowly appeared. He was surrounded by a faint light, and there were talisman runes flashing densely around him. As this person appeared, he was invisibly connected with the surrounding void. It was as if the energy of heaven and earth in this space was surging and gathering. As the runes in front of him fluctuated and flickered, his aura was like a vast ocean, rising and falling like the tide, intimidating this space. At this moment, the aura in the space also became ancient and boundless. The surrounding light and mist were faintly discernible, and the surroundings were blurred. Du Xiaofu's eyes also focused on this person. From the depths of his divine soul, he trembled fiercely. At the same time, the desolate ancient space in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace began to tremble, as if it was being pulled by the strongest force, and the desolate ancient space was about to break out of his body. Du Xiaofu's eyes immediately fixed on the figure in the void, and his eyes trembled fiercely. I really didn't expect that there would be such a harvest. You delivered yourself to me. The figure seemed to be middle-aged, and the illusory figure seemed real. His eyes were deep, flashing with uncertain light, as if he could see through Du Xiaofu at a glance. Who? Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. At this time, it seemed that everything was as he had suspected, and he calmed down. This is the desolate ancient space. You should be the soul of this space, right? Young Master Du asked. From the moment he entered this strange space, he already had his suspicions. Everything in here was more and more similar to the battle realm in the Tianwu Talisman realm, which was also the desolate ancient space. At this moment, when he felt the illusory figure appear, the desolate ancient space in his mind fluctuated, and his primordial spirit also trembled. That kind of invisible force made Du Xiaofu immediately feel that this strange space was the soul of the desolate ancient space, and it was the other desolate ancient space. Aren't you the same? We finally meet, but I didn't expect you to be a human. However, it doesn't matter. To me, once I obtain your primordial spirit, I will be able to recover completely. At that time, I won't have to stay in this place anymore. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. You really are. Du Xiaofu's eyes widened. No wonder the Qiankuan pouch in Tianwu Academy had a reaction. It turned out that there was another desolate ancient space inside. When Du Xiaofu obtained the desolate ancient space, he learned everything from the soul of space. The Tianwu talisman realm in Tianwu Academy was actually called the desolate ancient space. The soul of space back then was similar to the weapon spirit. During the great calamity of the world, countless experts fell, and countless ancient lifeforms were killed. The desolate ancient space in Du Xiaofu's body only occupied an extremely small portion of the desolate ancient space. It was far from being comparable to the desolate ancient space at its peak. The soul of space had been supporting the operation of the Tianwu talisman realm for countless years. Under constant consumption, it eventually dissipated. Only then did it choose Du Xiaofu and allow Du Xiaofu to fuse with the soul of desolate ancient space. Du Xiaofu still remembered what the soul of space said. If he wanted to truly control the desolate ancient space, he had to find another desolate ancient space. Only by obtaining another desolate ancient space would he be able to unleash the true power of the desolate ancient space. At that time, he would be able to become one of the strongest experts in the world. However, the space spirit also reminded him that even if he could find another desolate space one day, he had to pay attention to that half of the desolate space because that half of the desolate space was much larger than the desolate space he had obtained. Although the space spirit was the real desolate space spirit, with the function of the desolate space, it was enough to breed a new space spirit. When the space spirit was strong enough, it would definitely come looking for him. Otherwise, his great Tao would not be complete, and he would not be able to reach the strongest level. His strength would be far from enough to face the space spirit. At this moment, looking at the figure, Du Xiaofu knew that everything was as he had feared. The other half of the desolate ancient space had really given birth to a new soul of space, and it wanted to devour him. Du Xiaofu was very clear that after fusing with the desolate ancient space, from a certain perspective, he had become the soul of space. However, the soul of space in front of him would definitely not let him go. Why are you here? Du Xiaofu asked. Back then, the soul of space said that the desolate ancient space had been destroyed during the great calamity of the world, and this desolate ancient desolate ominous ground was the place where the great calamity of the dragon and phoenix occurred. Could it be that Tianwu Academy had existed long before the great calamity of the devil? One had to know that this desolate ancient space belonged to the headmaster of Tianwu Academy. Now that the desolate ancient space was here, it was unknown if the headmaster of Tianwu Academy was still alive. I was originally here, but today, I can finally leave. The heavens are really helping me. The middle-aged man smiled as he looked at Du Xiaofu. Within his deep eyes there seemed to be some astonishment. However, I never would have imagined that a puny human would actually be able to reach this point, to be able to charge right up to me. Ha! It won't be easy for you to devour me. Du Xiaofu's gaze turned grave. After all, this was the other half of the desolate ancient space. Everything was under the other party's control. Haha, although you're not weak, don't forget that this is my space. Haha. The middle-aged man smiled. As he smiled, the space around him trembled. His deep eyes emitted a cold light as his aura condensed in the air. Rays of light began to descend. It was extraordinary. Chi-la. In an instant, the rays of light transformed into a dozen or so illusory ferocious beasts. Their auras fluctuated as they soared into the sky. Their bodies rippled with sun-like rays as their terrifying auras erupted. The auras of these ferocious beasts were extremely powerful. Their eyes were cold as they surged with killing intent. They directly pounced on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's gaze instantly turned cold. This was a method of the desolate ancient space and was not unfamiliar to him. Within this desolate ancient space, Everything was under the control of the desolate ancient space. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ferocious beasts attacked at the same time, bringing with them a terrifying aura that gushed out like a tidal wave. Wave after wave of attack light shot out in all directions, engulfing the entire space like waves of energy. They were absolutely tyrannical and unparalleled, crushing the sky. Buzz. Buzz. At the same time, wind and thunder rumbled in front of Du Xiaofu. The great pink golden-winged cyan spirit armor was directly activated. Golden light burst out from his eyes as the heaven-shaking wings flapped. The resplendent golden runes were like thousands of golden swords as they slashed out. Chapter 24:14. Chi-la-la. In an instant, it was as if countless densely packed golden sword rays were connected to heaven and earth. Their aura was as vast as the sea, turning into waves that swept forward. This was not a wave, but a wave formed by the interweaving of terrifying golden light. Chi-la-la. In an instant, it was as if countless densely packed golden sword rays were connected to heaven and earth. Their aura was as vast as the sea, turning into waves that swept forward. This was not a wave, but a wave formed by the interweaving of terrifying golden light. The resplendent golden light covered the sky, drowning out everything. Chi-la-la! Chi-la-la! The waves of attacks were shattered into pieces by the terrifying waves of sword light. Roar! 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 At the same time, the auras of the dozen or so huge beasts also erupted, whistling through the sky and destroying everything in their path. Du Xiaofu focused his eyes and flapped his wings. Golden light swept out from his hands, and the golden-winged rock behind him activated. He stepped out with the wave-like carefree steps, and his wings swept across the sky. The terrifying golden light swept down, and the ferocious beasts were reduced to runes almost instantly. Chi! Chi-la-la! At the same time, the middle-aged space soul's body was wrapped in a hazy curtain of light. A palm print exploded from his hand, and with a mysterious and terrifying palm print, it directly slapped towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. Suddenly, lightning surged in his eyes, sharp and frightening. His hand seals changed, and golden light enveloped the surroundings. A domineering and fierce aura suddenly swept out. He shook his arm, and a fist wrapped in golden light directly blasted out. Domineering fist! Chi-la! The golden fist collided with the palm print, and an astonishing amount of energy swept out. You have some skills, but not enough! Chi-la! With ghostly speed, the middle-aged space soul appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Cold light shot out of his eyes, and a vigorous primordial spirit soul power swept out, overwhelming and crushing towards Du Xiaofu. Primordial spirit attack! Chi-la! Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled at the level of the soul origin spirit attack, but he wasn't surprised. This was the soul of space, so it was naturally best at soul origin spirit attacks. It could also control all the methods in this ancient desolate space. The terrifying Yuan spirit soul attack was all-pervasive. Du Xiaofu immediately felt as though he had been dragged into a vortex of soul waves. Du Xiaofu felt as though his mind was being pricked by needles. The soul attack of the primordial spirit had invaded his Naiwen palace and was about to attack his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit soul attack of the space spirit was actually so terrifying. Du Xiaofu's aura began to wane, and Jin Guang's eyes began to glaze over. This strange space was very strange at the moment. It seemed to be suppressing everything. Caught off guard by this strange soul attack, Du Xiaofu seemed to be unable to stop it. Let it be over! The middle-aged soul master sneered at the already glazed Du Xiaofu. He didn't hide his killing intent. His figure flashed out, and without any delay, a palm print directly fell on the top of Du Xiaofu's head. As the soul of space in this ancient desolate space, he could use all kinds of beasts, cultivation methods, and martial skills in this ancient desolate space. This was the most terrifying part of this ancient desolate space. Chi! Chi! Suddenly, just as the middle-aged soul of space appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, Jin Guang's glazed eyes suddenly surged with golden light again. He waved his hand, and a stream of light gushed out. Runes burst out, and with a vast and fierce aura, it directly rushed towards the soul of space. Awoo! Awoo! There was a sharp roar like the cry of ghosts, and the howl of gods. As the runes burst out, 7 awe-inspiring figures rushed out. These 7 awe-inspiring figures were all red in color. Mysterious runes lingered around their bodies, and there was a metallic texture to their bodies. Their bodies were rough, but they were no different from real people. With the appearance of these 7 puppets, a monstrous and fierce aura was released from their bodies. Waves of monstrous spiritual thunder suddenly spread out from these 7 puppets, and turned into an invisible aura that violently rushed into the sky. These were the 7 saint puppets. With the appearance of the 7 saint puppets, the blazing aura around each of their bodies soared. The mysterious runes on their bodies shone brightly, and the crimson light of the runes on their bodies seemed to have turned into solid flames. Rumble! Suddenly, the mysterious and complex runes on the 7 puppets soared into the sky. Then, in the air, the runes connected with each other like a spider web, enveloping the entire space. The runes covered the entire ancient desolate space, and the entire space was suddenly covered by a blazing sea of fire. Walala! Walala! The blazing and monstrous runes connected and enveloped the surrounding space. At the same time, the aura of the 7 puppets suddenly soared, and in an instant, they drove a majestic energy of heaven and earth. A claw print tore through the space. Vaguely, a pitch-black spatial crack appeared under the claw print. There was even a crimson flame lingering around the claw print, and it suddenly pressed toward the middle-aged soul of space. This claw print was accompanied by a strong murderous aura, which swept out like a storm and spread out in all directions. Ha! The middle-aged soul of space's expression changed. Under the blazing aura, the aftermath of the energy swept out, and it seemed to be somewhat affected and blocked the energy ribbon. Not weak puppets! Walala! The space spirit was surprised. It formed hand seals in its hand. When the last hand seal was formed, the world around it began to tremble. Walala! Mysterious runes began to appear in the sky, and a vast and terrible suppressive force descended out of thin air. This is my space. Puppets are useless. Walala! At this moment, the middle-aged soul of space was connected to the space and communicated with the energy of heaven and earth in the void. In an instant, the space fluctuated, and the 7 saint puppets disappeared from the space. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's soul power was completely resisted by the Yuan spirit's spiritual thunder in his mind, and his eyes surged with a golden color again. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. The Yuan spirit connection of the 7 saint puppets was still there, but it was isolated by the soul of space to another space. Boom! Boom! The middle-aged soul of space pressed down again, and a palm print fell. It stirred up the energy of heaven and earth, and the misty spatial fluctuations swept out like a raging sea. The former's palm flashed with a bright light of mysterious runes, and there was a dull sound of space around the palm print. The pressure was like a wave, and it was as if the void was sinking. The middle-aged soul of space wanted to kill Du Xiaofu here. This was his space, and under his suppression, there was no way this kid could resist. This was the desolate ancient space, and he was the soul of space. In his own space, he was the overlord, the most powerful existence, and he could control everything. As the palm print fell, the misty space shattered, and Du Xiaofu's body was smashed into pieces. With a ripple of energy, he disappeared into the surrounding void. However, as Du Xiaofu's body was smashed into pieces, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Eh? The middle-aged soul of space looked a little confused. Everything in front of him was impossible. How could that kid disappear for no reason? This was his space. In just an instant, the middle-aged soul of space seemed to have felt something. He suddenly turned around, and behind him, he saw Du Xiaofu, who had just disappeared, reappear. His body was covered with golden runes, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. It was like the roar of thunder, and the surging aura shook the void. At the same time, Du Xiaofu raised his head and roared. His voice was like a dragon's roar, and it was like a divine elephant trumpeting. The sound waves swept out like a tsunami, surging in all directions and causing the surrounding world to tremble. Ow, 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 ow. At this moment, the entire void was roaring, and countless roars echoed in the sky. The sound waves were also extremely domineering, like a series of thunderclaps. The void was about to collapse, and it made people tremble in fear. Boom! Boom! The surging sound waves, accompanied by the ripples of energy from the golden runes, spread out like a raging ocean. The sound waves swept out, and the middle-aged soul of space was also shocked. He was affected and quickly retreated. The space in front of him rippled, and it was unexpectedly able to isolate the sound waves. Everything you do will be useless. Boom! As he stabilized his body, the space in front of him fluctuated strangely again. The middle-aged soul of space's eyes darkened, and he shouted coldly. Then, he turned into an afterimage, shuttling through the space like a flower, and swept toward Du Xiaofu like lightning. A ray of light gushed out from his palm, turning into a claw that distorted the void, and instantly crushed toward Du Xiaofu. Roar! Roar! Du Xiaofu's beast shadow condensed, and a dragon roar pierced through the space. Dragons could be activated, and they turned into a giant dragon shadow that roared out. Swish! Swish! The middle-aged soul of space's claw fell on Du Xiaofu's giant dragon beast energy. As the claw fell, the space was torn apart, and the beast energy was directly destroyed. The claw continued to crush the void and fell directly on Du Xiaofu's body. In an instant, the golden rock wings on Du Xiaofu's back spread out, tightly wrapping his body. The claw could not break through the golden rock wings. On the golden rock wings, bright golden runes and mysterious runes flowed, and the 36 feathers of the rock glowed. As the claw fell, the space trembled, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. It was shocking, and the void was turbulent. Boom! At the same time, Du Xiaofu activated the thunder martial vein in his body and immediately blocked the huge force of the claw print. Crack! Crack! However, at the same time, the terrifying force with a mighty primordial spirit attack directly sent Du Xiaofu's body flying, and the surrounding space was almost torn apart. Strange martial vein déjà vu, sigh! However, the aura of Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein made the middle-aged soul of space's face change drastically. After stabilizing his body, Du Xiaofu set up the green spirit armor and thunder martial vein. His face was extremely solemn. The strength of this space soul of the ancient desolate space was so terrifying. He was definitely the strongest person he had met alone. More importantly, in the ancient desolate space, he was suppressed everywhere, and it was impossible for him to compete with him. Kid, end this quickly! Sigh! The middle-aged space spirit's eyes darkened when he realized that he still couldn't finish off Lin Fan after several attempts. He must obtain the remaining ancient desolate space. Chapter 24:15. Swoosh! Following his shout, the middle-aged space spirit controlled the power of space. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he appeared in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. He sneered, and the strange misty rune ribbon in his hand carried a fierce force as it viciously shot towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's gaze was grave. The space around him had been sealed, and it was difficult for him to even move a single step. The power of space was too strong. Du Xiaofu was very familiar with this feeling. This was the advantage of controlling the ancient desolate space. If he was in his own ancient desolate space, he would be able to make his opponents feel the same way. Kid, in my space, you're just an ant! The middle-aged space spirit sneered. The misty rune ribbon carried the momentum of breaking through the air, and in a flash, it was already in front of Du Xiaofu. Although Du Xiaofu's expression was grave, he still suddenly raised his right hand and slammed it down in front of him. The purple-gold runes in his hand flashed, and a huge purple-gold thunderbolt surged out in front of him like a giant python. Its vast power and murderous intent shook the void. Eh? The middle-aged space spirit was also a little surprised by the astonishing power of the purple-gold thunderbolt. It seemed to be absolutely affected. Boom! Boom! In a short instant, the purple-gold thunderbolt in Du Xiaofu's hand rumbled out like an angry dragon. Wherever the thunderbolt passed, the space was immediately distorted. A huge muffled sound reverberated in the air, and then it collided with the rune ribbon in front of him. Boom! Boom! The void trembled as the two forces collided. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The runes shattered, and a deep spatial hole was directly blasted open in the space. Traces of spatial cracks revealed the dark and heart-palpitating light of the runes. Space shattered and a terrifying energy storm immediately swept out like a hurricane. However, when the storm spread to a certain range, it came to a sudden stop and was completely annihilated without a sound. Boom! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's body was blown away like a broken kite. He only stabilized himself after flying for several dozen meters. Golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Under the control of the space spirit, Du Xiaofu felt that it was difficult for him to display even half of his strength. This was because he was familiar with the desolate ancient space. If it were someone else, it would be even more difficult to deal with. You're only of the late stage of the sage realm. However, you have many tricks up your sleeves. It seems that you have a lot of secrets on your body. And I'll get all of them today. The middle-aged space soul looked at Du Xiaofu and sneered. The human's defense and combat strength, the familiar martial vein, and even the golden armor were absolutely strange and terrifying. There must be a lot of secrets on him. If the space soul could get his hands on them, it would gain some benefits. Chi! The middle-aged space soul raised his arm again as his voice faded away. A claw print appeared in his hand and distorted the space. A strange smile appeared on his face. At the same time, the claw print left behind some afterimages. Then, it once again enveloped Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's soul trembled as he felt his heart pounding. This claw imprint seemed to be able to control the entire space. Such a crushing force was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. The great rock flapped its golden wings and instantly retreated. This is my space. You can't escape. Chi! The middle-aged space soul sneered. The claw print suddenly formed a strange arc and tore towards Du Xiaofu. Whoosh! Chi! In an instant, the void fluctuated as the entire space distorted. Du Xiaofu felt himself being completely enveloped, and the speed of his golden rock wings was greatly reduced. Under the control of the soul of space, he could only struggle with great difficulty, and was completely under the control of the soul of space. Chi! Chi! Suddenly, a monstrous purple flame gushed out from Du Xiaofu's body and blocked the claw print. It seemed to have turned into a huge phantom of a purple flame demonic phoenix. The surging flames illuminated the distorted void, making it resplendent and gorgeous. The purple symbols were accompanied by dense steam, and the blazing heat rushed into the heavens. The purple light was resplendent. When the claw print was blocked by the golden flame, it paused for a moment. With a sizzling sound, a thick white fog spread out. It was actually beginning to burn. The middle-aged space soul's face darkened. He felt a little strange, but then the giant claw in the distance collapsed. The claw print tore the space apart, and directly tore the phantom of the purple flame demonic phoenix into the space crack. The next moment, the middle-aged space soul appeared directly in the air in front of Du Xiaofu. The middle-aged space soul already knew that Du Xiaofu's defense was very strong. As the misty runes fluctuated, a bright spatial palm print burst out. It smashed directly towards Du Xiaofu's head with a terrible vital spirit attack. Chi! Chi! It was too fast for Du Xiaofu to dodge. As his face changed greatly, the golden rock wings on his back spread out and wrapped around his body. Humph! Chi! The middle-aged space soul snorted coldly. The spatial palm print, like a monstrous giant hand, slapped directly on Du Xiaofu's body. Crack! Crack! The golden feather cracked and shattered. On Du Xiaofu's blue spirit armor, there was a muffled sound of space being torn apart. The whole space suddenly trembled. The terrible and majestic impact fell on Du Xiaofu's blue spirit armor. Runes spread out rapidly, but they were blocked by the purple and gold light on the blue spirit armor. The middle-aged space soul originally thought that it could at least break Du Xiaofu's defense. Bang! Bang! However, the power of this blow sent Du Xiaofu's body flying into the distance again. Wherever his body passed, the space rippled directly. In the sky, a crack that was thousands of meters long appeared and spread out. Boy, let's see how long you can hold on! The middle-aged space soul's face became gloomier and gloomier. An invisible force spread out from his body. With his figure as the center, the vast space was directly distorted. I'm in big trouble. Du Xiaofu's heart sank. It seemed that the space soul did not intend to hold back. In this desolate space, which was controlled by the space soul, it was extremely difficult for him to move. In this desolate space, there was a force of thousands of kilograms crushing on him, tightly binding him from all directions. Die! The middle-aged space soul's eyes darkened. He sneered, and with a misty fingerprint, the space began to collapse and shatter. I'm afraid it's not enough. Bang! Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. A silver and gold talisman secret pattern burst out from between his eyebrows. In an instant, a golden light shot up to the sky. Great power! Ow! Ow! The space trembled. Endless dazzling golden light exploded like a waterfall, accompanied by silver and gold lightning arcs and talisman secret patterns. It was as if the sun was in the sky, causing the entire space to tremble violently. It was as if the world was about to be suppressed and destroyed. Whoosh! Ow! A huge figure of a red-bone horse monkey appeared. A powerful aura of life began to erupt, communicating with the heavens and earth. It gave the feeling of the beginning of the world and the beginning of all things. The surrounding space rippled violently. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to sweep across the area and suppress everything. At this moment, lightning arcs wreaked havoc in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. At this moment, the red-bone horse monkey appeared, releasing a dazzling golden light. Amidst the lightning and thunder, an endless aura swept across the sky. It even carried the power of a sovereign's primordial spirit, as if a sovereign had been born. With the appearance of the red-bone horse monkey, the dazzling silver and gold lightning around its body surged violently. Suddenly, a fist print blasted out. Amidst the lightning and thunder, it instantly blocked the middle-aged space soul's claw print. The collision was like a collision between two meteorites. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the surrounding space was torn into pieces. A shocking gale swept out. Red-bone horse monkey, primordial spirit or pulse soul? The middle-aged space soul's body trembled. At this moment, its gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit pulse soul. Its gaze was shocked to the extreme, and there was a hint of fear in its eyes. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. It was as he had expected. The space soul seemed to be afraid of the red-bone horse monkey. Speaking of which, the space soul was in existence similar to a primordial spirit. It was suppressed by the spiritual lightning in the red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit pulse soul. From the moment it displayed its domineering aura, Du Xiaofu felt that the space soul contained a primordial spirit attack. However, it was also afraid of primordial spirit attacks. What kind of lightning profound is this? If I can devour it, who can be my opponent in the future? The middle-aged space soul's gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse monkey primordial spirit pulse soul. He could feel that as long as he devoured the power of lightning, he would be invincible in the future. Kid, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. The heavens are helping me. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The middle-aged space soul's eyes flickered slightly. A misty aura that covered the sky and earth surged out from his body. In an instant, another palm print was pushed out. Roar! The red-bone horse monkey primordial spirit pulse soul's mind moved. Its huge body suddenly leaped out and punched out again. The fist seemed to have shattered the space before it. The space in the box split open and the ripples directly reached the middle-aged space soul's body. Humph! The middle-aged space soul snorted. The palm print collapsed and directly collided with the fist of the red-boned horse monkey primordial spirit pulse soul. The moment the two forces collided, the void directly shattered. Then, there was a shocking explosion. Bang! 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 The golden light was boundless. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The power of several kinds of spiritual thunder swept out. Under the shocking explosion, the space directly exploded. The red-bone horse monkey primordial spirit pulse soul's huge body was pushed back again. However, this time, the middle-aged space soul's body was covered with electric arcs. It seemed to be afraid and retreated in a panic. As the red-bone horse monkey primordial spirit pulse soul's body was pushed back, it stabilized its body in a few steps. With a roar, its huge body rushed out with a shocking pressure. In a flash, it appeared in front of the middle-aged space soul. Chapter 24:16. Humph! The middle-aged soul of space snorted coldly again. Then, a beam of light condensed from his hand and shot up into the sky, attacking the scarlet horse monkey primordial spirit. Bang! Bang! Shocking energy exploded in the sky, causing the space to shatter inch by inch. This collision was so terrifying that it tore the space apart. Chi-chi! Under the majestic force, the scarlet horse monkey primordial spirit was forced back again. In this space, I can't fight back. He has everything under his control. Du Xiaofu looked serious. After all, this was his opponent's space. He was no match for him. Kid, let's see how you can stop me. All your tricks are useless. After I finish you, everything you have will be mine. Bang! In just a short moment, after forcing the scarlet horse monkey primordial spirit back, the middle-aged soul of space appeared in front of Du Xiaofu as if he had teleported. At the same time, he punched out. The space in front of the fist distorted, revealing a circle of black space cracks. Do I have to risk my life? Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth and said to himself. He directly activated the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams in the void swept out like a divine ring. It was suffused with dazzling light, and various strange phenomena surged out. The void suddenly changed. Suddenly, lightning and stars descended, and raging flames descended. Heaven and earth resonated. The mighty and surging power, in the sea of dazzling talismans, gave rise to stormy waves, and directly swept towards the middle-aged soul of space. Bang! At this moment, the middle-aged soul of space's expression changed again. He had never seen such a terrifying aura before. On the 8 trigrams diagram, Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein erupted. A monstrous killing aura spread out. In an instant, he punched out. The middle-aged soul of space's expression changed. He waved his hand and punched out. The two fists collided with each other in an instant. An oppressive and monstrous spiritual thunder pressure fluctuated rapidly in the air like a wave. At this moment, within the 8 trigrams diagram, the middle-aged soul of space was also affected. He was forced back. Roar! Bang! In an instant, the red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit pounced forward. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It released its full strength and brought the thunder martial vein down. It turned into a huge silver-gold lightning ball. The pressure of the spiritual thunder was too terrifying. The middle-aged space soul had just been pushed back when his expression changed drastically. Then, he threw out another punch that was filled with misty energy. Bang bang! The two fists collided with each other like meteorites colliding. Sparks flew out from the collision of their powers. Lightning flashed, and the void surged. Waves of terrifying energy spread out, and the entire space began to tremble. At the point of impact, the light from the energy talisman runes that seemed to have substance rippled crazily. Space itself began to distort under the collision of the terrifying lightning screen and the light from the energy talisman runes. Space exploded, erupting with thunderous booms as the airflow in space was directly torn apart. Thud thud! The red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit meridian soul was instantly pushed back. However, it was only pushed back. The pressure of several types of spiritual lightning filled the entire space, causing the entire Void 8 trigrams diagram to be filled with monstrous spiritual lightning pressure. He's only a late-stage sage expert. How can he be so strong? Impossible! After the middle-aged space soul stabilized his body, he looked at the red-boned horse monkey's primordial spirit meridian soul and Du Xiaofu's body. The monstrous spiritual lightning pressure and the strange aura in the void made him feel gloomy. Even the strange lightning aura and this strange space made him feel a little apprehensive. A human being, who was only a late-stage sage expert, actually had all kinds of means that made him feel apprehensive. This was too unbelievable. Boy, I didn't expect you to have such means. But do you really think you can contend against me? The middle-aged soul of space stared at Du Xiaofu with a serious look on his face. He seemed to be confident. As soon as his voice fell, the void around the middle-aged space soul fluctuated again. The vibrating space continued to emit muffled sounds. Large areas of the void were changing and distorting directly. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared above the void. The sky was filled with bright talismans and mysterious runes. In the void, the middle-aged space soul rotated with him. Countless ferocious beasts appeared and roared as they surrounded him. It made him look like a miracle. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's Void 8 trigrams diagram was also greatly affected. It began to collapse and its light began to dim. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. This was the space soul controlling the power of the ancient desolate space. The countless beasts were transformed from the power of the ancient desolate space. Oh! In an instant, the dense ferocious beasts roared and shattered the void. They covered the sky and the sun as they rushed out and crushed the Void 8 trigrams diagram. Du Xiaofu's expression changed. Suddenly, a strange aura spread out from the scarlet horse monkey's primordial spirit. In this short moment, a thick thundercloud suddenly surged in the space. There were flashes of lightning in the thundercloud. Almost at the same time, the surrounding space began to tremble. A feeling of extreme danger began to spread in the air. As the thunderclouds continued to surge, the wind and clouds in the surrounding space suddenly changed. The thunderclouds were dense, and streaks of lightning filled the air. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out from within, and along with the sizzling electric radiance, the sky cracked inch by inch. Rumble! The silver-gold radiance shone brightly. Everything happened in an instant. As the thunderclouds surged, silver-gold thunderbolts suddenly burst out of the thunderclouds. Dazzling lightning talisman light sprinkled down. Countless silver-gold thunderbolts descended from the sky, densely covering the entire space in a circle. Rumble! Under the bombardment of the purple and golden lightning pillars in the sky, the entire space was filled with sharp sonic booms. Wherever the silver-golden lightning passed, the space also collapsed with a loud bang. It carried a terrifying power and directly blasted down. This silver-golden lightning contained the earth-shattering thunder, soul-destroying thunder, starlight spiritual thunder, and so on. It contained the power of several spiritual thunders and wanted to destroy everything. Rumble! The light of the lightning flooded the void. It was bright and boundless. The lightning talismans were densely packed and reflected in the void. Above the 8 trigrams diagram, rays of light shot up to the sky as the galaxy spiraled. Around Du Xiaofu's body, the grass of immortality, dark insight grass, and other kinds of ultimates revolved around him, forming a natural scene that resembled a miracle. Heavenly thunder absolute break! Rumble! Heavenly fire dual break! Rumble, rumble, rumble! In the void, the heavenly thunder suddenly fell. Monstrous electric arcs swept across the sky and raging flames filled the sky. The terrifying aura made the whole void tremble. Du Xiaofu activated the 8 trigrams diagram and used various methods comprehended by the 8 trigrams diagram to suppress the beasts in the sky. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand and a series of extremely mysterious saber shadows surrounded him. As the majestic and sharp aura spread, these saber shadows cut through the space. Under the oppressive aura, the entire space trembled. Then, His whole body was wrapped in the rotating saber light. Thousands of saber lights were rotating mysteriously. An invisible wave of aura spread out in an instant, and brought about a ripple in the space. The saber light rotated and suddenly soared into the sky. In an instant, it flew out, containing the number of heaven, earth, yin, and yang. The mysterious saber light swept out and tore the distorted space, forming a series of huge saber light pillars. Boom! Boom! Du Xiaofu used all his strength. His eyes shot out purple-gold lightning like two purple-gold suns. The domineering and terrifying aura made the space roar. In a short moment, from Du Xiaofu's purple-gold lightning body, a dazzling purple-gold electric arc surged out. A supreme aura filled the air and suppressed the world. At this moment, the dazzling purple-gold electric arc swept across the sky. The purple-gold talisman patterns flickered and swept across the sky. It was impossible to provoke. It also carried the power of execution and swept out in all directions. Chi! Chi! The purple-gold electric arc shot out in all directions in the 8 trigrams diagram. It was as if the sun had risen in the 8 trigrams diagram. Countless purple-gold electric arcs poured down and emitted a blazing radiance. A huge purple-gold thunder rock shadow flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The purple-gold thunder rock shadow enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. It was as if the 8 trigrams diagram and the void had merged into one and was about to soar into the sky. Suppress! Suppress! Du Xiaofu shouted. It was like the rock's cry, piercing through the clouds and splitting rocks. It stirred up monstrous electric arcs that rose and fell like a vast ocean. It was as if it wanted to stir up the void and turn the world upside down. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was enveloped in the purple-gold thunder rock. It was as if he had transformed into a real golden-winged rock. Du Xiaofu directly crossed the void and suppressed the densely packed shadows. The shadow behind him spread out its huge wings. Its entire body glittered with purple-gold electric arcs. Its ferocious aura spread out and covered the entire world, causing the whole world to tremble. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams diagram in the void, the thunder martial vein, and the golden-winged rock supreme beast could merge into one. The primordial spirit of the red demonic horse's monkey vein soul also erupted with all its strength. The illusory saber formation attacked the primordial spirit and soul. Such a huge power turned the world upside down. The void rumbled and attacked the middle-aged space soul together. The huge purple-gold thunder rock covered the sky with thunder and lightning. It erupted with a vast power that could not be provoked. Even the middle-aged space soul was flabbergasted by this display of power. This boy is not human. Is he a demon? How could he be so terrifying? The middle-aged space soul was shocked. Such an attack fell on him at the same time. It was even an attack from the primordial spirit and the power at the same time. It was impossible for him to defend himself. I have to say, if we were outside my space, it would be really difficult to deal with you. Yes. The middle-aged space spirit paused for a moment, but then a faint smile appeared on his face. But this is my space after all. Yes. As his voice fell, the figure with the hazy light disappeared in an instant. Du Xiaofu's suppression and restraint seemed to have no effect at all and could not be stopped. As the middle-aged space soul disappeared, strands of hazy light rose in the void and shook the whole void in an instant. For no reason, Du Xiaofu, who had used all his strength at this moment, trembled with fear. He felt that a great danger began to spread in the void and then swept over. He is the desolate ancient space, and the desolate ancient space is him. Yes. Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He secretly gasped, and his chest rose and fell violently. The thing he was most worried about had come. Just now, the space soul had been dealing with him. Now, the space soul had completely transformed into the desolate ancient space. He was also the desolate ancient space. A revised version of an old book by Drunken Knight, now titled The Best Teacher and the Beautiful School Flower, has been published on the Chasing Wave Network again. Readers who like harem cities can go and have a look. Chapter 24:17. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. In the strange twisted space, wisps of ancient aura seeped out, distorting space and splitting the heavens. Suddenly, with Du Xiaofu at the center, one could clearly see cracks in the void appear one after another, destroying the 8 trigrams void diagram, isolating the primordial spirit and the red pheasant monkey body, and even cutting the spiritual lightning apart. It was as if space and time were in chaos. This scene was too terrifying, and in a trance, the universe was turning upside down. We're in big trouble now. Du Xiaofu's face was solemn to the extreme. He was the one who understood the desolate ancient space the most. Now that he was in the desolate ancient space, the spirit of space had already given it its all. There was no way it could resist it. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on. I can only take a risk and try. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. At this time, he could only fight to the death. Shi La! In an instant, a blade cut through the air. Du Xiaofu's rock wings flapped, exploding with a brilliant golden light. However, under the restraint of space, it was useless. He could not break free at all. His body was immediately cut in half, and blood poured out. Du Xiaofu frowned. This ancient barren space was far more powerful than the one he controlled. It also seemed to affect time, and he could not stop it at all. His body was cut in half, and a cry of pain came out. Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood. Under such heavy injuries, the mysterious light of the purple gold talisman was also affected, and could not recover. No matter how strong your body is, you can't stop it. It's all over. Such a voice came from within the space. Cracks in the void interweaved like a spider web. In the chaos of the void, they directly enveloped Du Xiaofu and the red pheasant monkey's primordial spirit and meridian spirit bodies. Xiao Xiao! The spatial cracks were accompanied by the chaos of time and space. An abnormally terrifying wave of energy surged, accompanied by an unstoppable wave of aura. Du Xiaofu was very familiar with this aura. It was exactly the same as the aura of the ancient barren space on his body. However, at this moment, compared to the ancient barren space he controlled, this aura was completely different. In my space, you can't stop it! As soon as he said this, the void cracks spread out and destroyed Du Xiaofu and the red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit. The faint golden blood mist and the shattered thunderbolts transformed into electric arcs that filled the entire void. The resplendent light did not disperse and illuminated the void. Everything shattered, but then a ray of light filled with a vast aura appeared in Du Xiaofu's shattered body and origin spirit under the illumination of the dazzling light. The misty light fluctuated like strands of lightning, and it was accompanied by a faintly discernible pressure that crushed the space. In an instant, the light spread out and formed another space in the void. The surrounding space was distorted and rippled. At the same time, a terrifying energy was condensed. This energy was enough to make people's hearts tremble. This space was very strange. It was filled with space-time fluctuations, and the spatial ripples spread out in all directions. Ha ha! At the same time, excited laughter sounded in the void. The middle-aged space soul appeared again in the void, his eyes trembling with excitement. This was another desolate space that he had been looking for. As long as he merged with it, he would be able to fully recover. Otherwise, his great Tao would be incomplete, and he would never be able to reach the peak. Heaven is really helping me! The middle-aged space soul laughed heartily. He did not expect the desolate space to come to him directly. How could he not be happy? Merge! The middle-aged space soul formed a hand seal, and the surrounding void fluctuated. In an instant, a bright light of mysterious runes appeared, and a majestic misty aura suddenly spread out, as if heaven and earth had just been created. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the desolate space that Du Xiaofu originally controlled in this desolate space involuntarily collided with the desolate space controlled by the middle-aged space soul in a gust of wind and thunder. The two spaces were filled with a misty aura at the same time. The two spaces seemed to be joyfully next to each other in the air, as if they were celebrating a reunion after a long separation. They emitted a strong light and mysterious runes that had never been seen before. The sound of wind and thunder was vast and mighty, and finally overlapped with each other. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two spaces overlapped. Suddenly, the space violently distorted and emitted a storm-like light curtain of mysterious runes. It was like a bright sun, and the fluctuations in the entire space became more and more intense. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the two spaces overlapped, a terrifying power in this space was also rising. In the void, the eyes of the middle-aged spatial spirit, who had been moving in a straight line, quietly turned scarlet red. He stared at the overlapping ancient desolate space, whose power was rising. He was clearly an illusory figure, but even his breathing had become a lot rougher. In the void, Du Xiaofu's broken body and primordial spirit had turned into a bloody mist and broken electric arcs. They were still shining, but they had lost their vitality. The middle-aged space soul did not pay attention to them anymore. Whoosh! As the two spaces overlapped, the space became more and more distorted, and the mysterious runes that were like strange gales intertwined. An extremely terrifying energy fluctuation spread out. This kind of fluctuation was unusually majestic. It was as if there was a kind of energy crazily gushing out in the desolate space. Whoosh! At this moment, the two spaces finally overlapped perfectly. A strong light burst out from the desolate space, and the ancient runes intertwined and merged. As the distorted space suddenly froze, the two spaces also suddenly overlapped and merged with the sound of wind and thunder. It was as if two lakes had overlapped and merged together. The misty aura was vast and mighty, and the wind and thunder were fierce. A surge of majestic power of heaven and earth that made one's heart tremble soared. In this space, there was a surge of energy of heaven and earth that covered the sky and earth, and it was instantly absorbed. Boom! Whoosh! The energy that covered the sky and earth was like a storm, and it swept out in all directions. The entire space seemed to be overturned, and the majestic aura made people feel cold. Such a terrifying movement was enough to make a Saint Realm expert feel small and insignificant. At this moment, the two overlapping spaces had completely merged, and the aura in this desolate space was completely different from before. Buzz! Buzz! In the desolate space, a loud buzzing sound of wind and thunder was heard. This sound was melodious and low, and it carried an aura that made one's soul tremble. The aura gradually stabilized. Awu! In the depths of the vast space, the roars of thousands of beasts spread out. Then, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation gradually began to surge. This surging aura was enough to make all living things tremble. The terrifying surging aura was accompanied by a wave of oppressive aura. At this moment, even an ordinary Saint Realm expert would feel an absolute suppression. Chapter 24:18. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. The middle-aged soul of space laughed heartily. He was excited. He had finally recovered completely. The entire space was filled with a hazy light screen. At this moment, the majestic power of the ancient desolate space shocked him. However, before the middle-aged space soul could finish his words, he frowned slightly, as if he had sensed something. He immediately looked at Du Xiaofu, who had turned into a cloud of blood mist and broken electric arcs, and his nascent spirit. He seemed very shocked and puzzled. How is this possible, boy? You're not dead yet? As the voice of the middle-aged space soul fell, the light in the blood mist and the broken electric arcs became more and more intense. The blood mist was filled with purple gold light, and the electric arcs were filled with silver gold lightning runes. They gradually intertwined with each other. Then, under the middle-aged space soul's shocked gaze, Du Xiaofu and his primordial spirit, who had just turned into a bloody mist and broken electric arcs, were restored to their original state amidst the monstrous purple gold light and silver gold lightning. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dazzling lightning runes interweaved with each other. Du Xiaofu recovered. While his corporeal body was recovering, the broken azure spirit armor and the great pink golden wings were also intact. The Yuanshan bloodline soul body redbone horse monkey stood at the side as silver gold lightning exploded. What a powerful desolate space! This is the real desolate space! Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled as he instantly sensed the changes in the desolate ancient space. The two parts of the desolate ancient space had already fused back into one. At this moment, the majestic and terrifying aura it exuded was simply too shocking. It wasn't something the original desolate ancient space he controlled could compare to. But at this moment, the middle-aged space soul stared at Du Xiaofu and his primordial spirit in great shock. He clearly felt that the kid was dead, but as the space soul of desolation completely merged with the primordial spirit, he realized that the original half of the desolation space still had traces of the human's breath. The human was not dead at all, and the primordial spirit's breath was still in the desolation space. You're lucky, kid. But now that I've completely recovered, there's nothing you can do. Kiki. The middle-aged space soul laughed sinisterly. At this moment, he had completely recovered. Even if he let this kid go, it would not affect him. Don't forget, you are the soul of the ancient desolate space, but so am I. Du Xiaofu spoke in a gloomy voice. This middle-aged man was a new spatial soul born from the desolate ancient space. However, he himself had fused with the soul seed of the original desolate ancient space. Hence, he was also a spatial soul of the desolate ancient space. At this moment, the ancient desolate space was fusing together. The person who fused with the ancient desolate space last would be able to truly control it. In the original battle, Du Xiaofu felt that he was no match for the middle-aged man. In the middle-aged man's desolate space, he was suppressed everywhere. That was why he decided to take the risk and let the middle-aged man fuse with his desolate space. When the two halves of the desolate space fused, he would also become the desolate space soul. At that time, he would no longer be suppressed. Of course, this was also an absolute risk. All of this was just Du Xiaofu's guess. He had not tried it out yet. If he was not careful, he might not be able to recover. This was a method of survival. At this moment, feeling the connection between himself and the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu knew that he had succeeded. Although the two halves of the ancient desolate space had fused together, the middle-aged man did not fuse with him. He could still control the two halves of the ancient desolate space. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the middle-aged desolate space soul was taken aback, and his expression changed. Kid, you are still not my match. Then I'll fuse with you first and completely recover. Humph! The middle-aged space soul shouted coldly. He knew that only by fusing with the kid's primordial spirit could he completely recover. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pounced on Du Xiaofu. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Du Xiaofu like a ghost. Instantly, the surrounding void started to distort as a series of cracks extended out from the void. A torrential binding power shrouded out, causing the void to become chaotic as it shrouded Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and a purple-gold light fluctuated in his eyes. At this moment, there was a strange fluctuation in the space around him. In an instant, his figure and the red-bone horse monkey's body disappeared. When Du Xiaofu's figure and the red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit appeared again, they were already out of the range of the ancient desolate space. His eyes were filled with surprise, but then he smiled. Just as he expected, now that the two halves of the ancient desolate space had fused together, as a part of the space soul, he was no longer suppressed. The middle-aged space soul's expression changed. He was shocked. Then his expression darkened and he formed a hand seal again. As the middle-aged space soul's hand seal formed, the space around him fluctuated again. The vibrating space constantly produced muffled sounds. Large swathes of the ancient desolate space were directly distorted and changed. In a short moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled above the ancient desolate space. The sky was filled with dazzling talismans and mysterious inscriptions. In the ancient desolate space, the dazzling and misty light rotated with the middle-aged space soul. Countless ferocious beasts appeared and roared as they surrounded him, making him look like a miracle. This move again? Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. His expression was rather relaxed. "Oh, whoa!" Tens of thousands of beasts roared and hissed, causing the void to tremble. Some ferocious beasts spread their wings and soared into the sky, some savage beasts roared, and some ferocious beasts roared. The void was collapsing, the stars were sinking, and the mountains and rivers were surging, forming a shocking phenomenon of the world. At this moment, in this part of the ancient desolate space, the rumbling sound was like the sound of heaven. It was like a world, enveloping Du Xiaofu and the primordial spirit meridian soul's body. Such a vast momentum could shake and destroy everything. At this moment, Du Xiaofu looked at the sky in front of him. The vast momentum was crushing down on him, but he did not seem to be affected by it. He did not move at all. Just as the mighty momentum was crushing down on him like a world, Du Xiaofu's figure directly crossed it. In the midst of the roaring beasts, the falling Milky Way, and the ancient desolate space, it was as if there was no one there. He was not affected at all. "As I said, I am also the soul of the ancient desolate space. Speaking of which, I am the real soul of the ancient desolate space. You are just a tool after all. Oh, woo!" When these words fell, Du Xiaofu's figure had already appeared in front of the middle-aged soul of the space. The rock wings on his back flapped, and his eyes suddenly shone with golden light. An incomparably domineering momentum suddenly spread out from his tall and straight body. It was as if a peerless ferocious beast had flapped its wings and swept across the ancient desolate space. It was as if a rock had descended to the 9 heavens. When he opened his mouth and roared, there was a dragon's roar in the 9 heavens. "Oh, woo! Oh, woo! Oh, woo!" The sound waves swept out like a tsunami. The entire ancient desolate space was roaring. Countless roars reverberated in the ancient desolate space, like a chain of thunder from the 9 heavens. In these loud roars, there was an all-pervasive sound wave that entered the ears and turned into a strange and domineering martial way. Caught off guard, the middle-aged soul of the space's expression changed greatly, and he was forced to retreat. Chapter 24:19. Rumble! Rumble! At the same time, the scarlet demonic horse monkey Yuan's spirit veined spirit rushed out. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The space where the lightning symbol passed seemed to directly collapse. An energy pressure of destructive lightning aura that caused one to be terrified spread out from the 10,000 feet large thunderbolt, causing the entire space to violently tremble. "Brat, you tricked me!" The middle-aged space spirit's eyes widened. At this moment, he sensed a terrifying destructive aura sweeping towards him. This destructive aura was enough to make him tremble in fear. In his panic, the middle-aged space spirit rapidly changed his hand seals. The space around him fluctuated and a misty aura erupted. But at this moment, a strange scene occurred. The lightning on the crimson horse monkey primordial spirit's body was no longer affected by this space. It directly swept towards the middle-aged space spirit. The terrifying lightning talisman turned into runic ripples, sweeping through the void like a tsunami. The middle-aged space spirit staggered back, his eyes filled with shock. The terrifying lightning aura had greatly affected him. "I didn't trick you. You wanted to merge with my ancient desolate space. You forgot that the ancient desolate space is also mine. Now you have lost your backing." As the middle-aged space spirit staggered to a stop, suddenly, as soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, a dazzling golden talisman light spread behind him like a blazing sun. Suddenly, a huge crystalline ape appeared. The golden ape's innate spirit eyes overlooked everything in the world. It suddenly punched out, landing directly on the middle-aged space spirit's back. Bang! Bang! At this moment, the crimson horse monkey primordial spirit was no longer affected by the ancient desolate space. It suddenly appeared. The fist was wrapped in a hazy light, as if it was the beginning of heaven and earth. It seemed to be able to sweep through all directions and suppress everything. There was an indescribable pressure, as if it wanted to burst one's primordial spirit. It also contained the power of several types of spiritual lightning. Pfft! The fist landed on the middle-aged space spirit's back, causing him to stagger forward. Rumble! Bang! Du Xiaofu's main body appeared, the thunder martial vein activated. Purple gold lightning exploded, punishing the world. Continue. The red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit meridian soul stood there with its head held high. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent. It was like a terrifying lord had appeared in this world. Its terrifying aura gave off an incomparable sense of oppression. The dazzling, mysterious runes of the lightning talisman spread out like the sun. A terrifying aura spread out. It was as if the thunder god had awakened from his slumber. The destructive lightning was awakened. A thunderbolt that was completely condensed from the lightning talisman's energy appeared and exploded with a rumbling sound. Wherever this thunderbolt passed, a large area of space was directly distorted, revealing traces of cracks. In the blink of an eye, the lightning struck the middle-aged spirit of space. At that moment, the middle-aged soul of space was terrified. His eyes trembled, and his whole body emitted a chill. His body was engulfed by lightning, and cracks began to appear on it. Brat, you still can't do anything to me. How about we discuss this? The middle-aged space soul continuously retreated in the void. A misty aura spread and enveloped him. His heart was filled with fear, but he pretended to be calm and gloomy as he spoke. There's no room for negotiation. Du Xiaofu did not say anything more. He activated his lightning martial vein and the golden rock wings swooped down. His aura was overbearing and terrifying. The purple gold lightning filled the void and spread toward the middle-aged spirit of space. At that moment, the red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit meridian soul also erupted with all its strength. Several types of spiritual thunder spread out and swept out. Rumble! Boom! The thunderbolt exploded. At that moment, countless lightning bolts exploded in the void and danced in the void. Dazzling lightning snakes rippled crazily in the void. Du Xiaofu could feel that the middle-aged spirit of space was afraid of the spiritual thunder and the lightning martial vein. At that moment, he was no longer suppressed in the ancient desolate space. He could only go all out. It was a life-and-death battle with the middle-aged spirit of space. If you live, I die. If you die, I live. There was no room for negotiation. Once the middle-aged spirit of space found another opportunity, there would be no turning back. Finally, the middle-aged soul of space let out a miserable shriek from the dazzling thunderbolts of various colors. His illusory body seemed to be destroyed in an instant, and a ball of light wrapped in dazzling talisman runes swept out, as if it was about to disappear into the void. That was the energy body of the middle-aged spirit of space. Strictly speaking, this was the spirit of space of desolate space. He was about to escape. Rumble! Rumble! However, Du Xiaofu was already prepared. The surrounding lightning formed a huge ancient lightning spider web that covered the void. It was like an inescapable net. The terrifying aura in the dazzling lightning was like the nemesis of all primordial spirits and souls. It easily enveloped the middle-aged spirit of space. The primordial spirit of the middle-aged spirit of space screamed. The talisman runes around his primordial spirit were destroyed in the dazzling lightning. The misty chi that erupted from his body turned into wisps of green smoke and was finally swallowed by the lightning. Boy, do you really think you can swallow me? I am the spirit of space. You can't succeed. The spirit of space's voice was heard. The spirit of space shattered and suddenly disappeared in the void. It swept out in all directions. Du Xiaofu stood in the void. His body was wrapped in purple gold lightning and he squinted his eyes. At this moment Du Xiaofu was still the spirit of the desolate ancient space. Therefore, he knew everything about this place. The spirit of the space was hidden within the entire desolate ancient space. It wasn't going to be easy to destroy it completely. Have you forgotten? You are the spirit of space. I am too. The voice came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. The red horse monkey vein's soul turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning and disappeared into the space between his eyebrows. When the voice fell, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the void. The thunder vein and green spirit armor on his body gradually disappeared. At the same time, silver gold lightning bolts shot out from the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows and instantly covered his body. In the end, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. With Du Xiaofu as the center, strands of dazzling silver gold lightning bolts spread out in all directions. They spread throughout the entire desolate space. Finally, they spread throughout the entire desolate space. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was sitting cross-legged. The silver gold lightning bolts spread out around him. Thousands of feet of lightning waves and silver gold lightning bolts, accompanied by lightning runes, all rushed into the sky. Only when one saw this scene with their own eyes could they feel the visual impact. It was too terrifying. It was as if the god of thunder was awakening. Boy, what are you trying to do? Do you want to waste time with me? Spirit of Space. The Spirit of Space's voice came out from the void. It was difficult to suppress the fear and dread in its voice. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. This was a tug of war where either one of them would live or die. The dazzling electric arcs around his body continued to spread in all directions, spreading out in all directions. At first, the lightning bolts did not cause much of a stir. However, after an unknown amount of time, the lightning bolts fluctuated in the boundless void. A misty air began to seep out. In the end, it turned into smoke and was devoured by the silver gold lightning bolts. Chapter 2420. Translator, H2DH2. Mr. Silver gold arcs of electricity rippled. In this vast void, the silhouette of a huge tree could be vaguely seen. The dazzling arcs of electricity spread out like the canopy, the leaves, the trunk, and the roots of the tree were rooted in this vast void. At this moment, the entire vast void had become a sea of silver gold arcs of electricity. Rumble! Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled in the void. Winds blew and clouds surged. Soon, there were thunderous booms. Silver gold arcs of electricity spread across the sky. A terrifying pressure descended. Electricity rippled, and the aura was terrifying. Apart from the dazzling arcs of electricity, there was no day or night in this void. It was as if time had lost its meaning here. Bzzzt. Only the lightning and thunder and the ripples of electricity surrounded Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged. No one could see that at this moment, within Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace, the red pheasant monkey was sitting with its eyes closed. It seemed to be comprehending something. It was as if all of this had nothing to do with him, and he no longer cared. Kid, what are you trying to do? Kid, let's have a good talk. How about it? Don't go too far. Why don't we both take a step back and I'll let you out? Kid, are you trying to exhaust yourself to death? In the void, the middle-aged Spirit of Space's voice kept ringing out. However, Du Xiaofu was like an old monk in meditation, and he paid no attention to it at all. Only the blazing glow of lightning continued to suffuse his body, and countless dazzling lightning talisman markings covered the heavens and the earth as they moved through the sky like purplish gold lightning serpents. Misty chi in the void was constantly turned into smoke by the lightning and was then absorbed by the Spirit of Space. Kid, I'll fight you to the death. Suddenly, the spatial soul in the blood mist space roared, as if it had been forced to the limit. It seemed to have sensed the threat of destruction. Resplendent and crystalline energy flickered as a dazzling symbol rune appeared. The dazzling runes appeared like a spider's web around Du Xiaofu. An ancient and misty aura spread out. Then, they turned into waves of terrifying energy that charged directly at Du Xiaofu. Rumble! Dazzling silver gold lightning exploded, and a large number of dazzling electric arcs rushed out. The aura of a supreme being spread out, wanting to suppress the world and destroy everything, causing the space to rumble endlessly. Chi. After a few hours of stalemate, the ancient and misty aura was directly destroyed by the bright silver gold electric arc. An intense scream came from the mouth of the void. It was like a roar, shaking the entire vast void. Time slowly passed. Unbeknownst to him, the aura within Du Xiaofu's body had begun to rise. His aura rose extremely quickly, especially the aura of his primordial spirit. Boom! Unbeknownst to him, A vast amount of energy of the world seeped into this vast space. Finally, it turned into a terrifying energy vortex and crazily poured into Du Xiaofu's body, who was sitting cross-legged. After several hours, the light of stars began to revolve in the void where lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dazzling electric arcs filled the air, and dazzling golden lightning runes surged like an ocean, like a rainbow across the sky. Several types of spiritual lightning flashed in the void. Boom! The surrounding space trembled as if it had caused the world to shake. It was soul-shaking. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was like a bottomless pit, endlessly absorbing the vast amount of energy in the surrounding space. This continued for a long time before the surging energy of heaven and earth in the vast void began to disperse. Finally, the bright silver-gold electric arcs in the void all disappeared. From between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows, a dazzling white divine light began to ripple. It carried an ancient aura, accompanied by a faint wisp of silver-gold lightning, and then everything gradually calmed down. When everything had completely calmed down, the surroundings returned to normal. And all of this seemed to have gone through a long period of time. It was just that in this strange void where time seemed to have lost its meaning, no one else knew. After a long time, sitting cross-legged, Du Xiaofu's eyelashes trembled slightly. His tightly closed eyes trembled slightly before suddenly opening. Rumble! At this moment, two blazing rays of lightning shot out from Du Xiaofu's eyes and soared into the sky. They seemed to materialize and soared into the sky, surging through the vast sky. Hu! His aura gradually calmed down. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid air from his abdomen, shaking the space. When his eyes opened, Du Xiaofu's expression changed to surprise, and then he closed his eyes again. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was the only one who knew what had happened. The formless energy of the primordial spirit was released like a tide, spreading towards the vast and boundless void. The energy of the primordial spirit spread through the vast and boundless misty space. Immediately, the entire space appeared clearly in Du Xiaofu's mind. This space was more than 10 times larger than the original desolate ancient space. Everything in this space appeared clearly in Du Xiaofu's mind. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit could detect every small corner of this space. Familiar and unfamiliar places appeared in Du Xiaofu's mind. There were martial arts techniques, pills, spiritual weapons, practitioner weapons, and various beast energies. With his primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu could now see the inside of the entire space. Du Xiaofu was very clear that this was the entire desolate ancient space. It was also the true complete desolate ancient space. He had succeeded in merging with the soul of space and completely controlled the entire desolate ancient space. At this moment, the complete desolate ancient space was much more powerful than the desolate ancient space that Du Xiaofu had originally controlled. After completely controlling it, Du Xiaofu was very clear that as long as he moved his mind, he could control everything in the desolate ancient space. He could activate all the talisman formations and beast energies that he had comprehended thoroughly. He could even use the beast energies and talisman formations that he had not comprehended. If a powerful enemy was trapped in the barren ancient space, he would be able to immediately control the beast energy in the barren ancient space and use the talisman matrix to suppress and kill the enemy, just like how he was suppressed by the middle-aged space soul. In his own space, the enemy would be suppressed and affected to the greatest extent. His mind could comprehend the secret methods of beast energies and talisman formations at any time. At this moment, all the magical effects appeared in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit's mind in a very short period of time. Chi! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, opened his eyes again. At the same time, his eyes were dazzling. At the same time, his eyes were full of shock and doubt, as if he had encountered the most terrifying or inconceivable thing. 100 times the time! Wow! Du Xiaofu's eyes were full of shock. After he finished observing everything in the desolate ancient space, he found that the time in the desolate ancient space was 100 times that of the outside world. Chapter 24-21 Translator: H2DH2 Mr. Because he had already fused with a small part of the desolate space, the entire desolate space had been completely devoured and fused with by him. He had not simply left a soul imprint in the soul seed of the desolate space. With his mind probing, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel the difference between himself and his previous self. Even the red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit in his Naiwen palace had increased by a lot. The surging primordial spirit energy from the red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit made Du Xiaofu feel that the overall battle strength of the primordial spirit had increased by more than a few times after activating the spirit thunder. However, Du Xiaofu could also feel that the primordial spirit in his Naiwen palace was showing some signs of loosening. It seemed that the soul of the desolate space had increased too quickly after devouring the soul of the desolate space. The primordial spirit was different from Xianqi. An excessive increase in the primordial spirit would have a lot of impact on the foundation. He had to properly stabilize the energy of the primordial spirit in the following period of time. Huge improvement. Du Xiaofu felt the changes in his body. He peered inside with his mind, and felt that his internal organs, bones, and muscles had become much more tyrannical. His cultivation of the late stage of the sage realm had risen a lot. However, that was all. He didn't feel the existence of the sage accomplished realm. It seemed that it would be very difficult to make further progress after reaching the late stage of the sage realm. Great harvest! After probing everything, Du Xiaofu stood up with satisfaction. He smiled and stretched in the misty space. The joints of his entire body made cracking sounds. A faint purple-gold light was faintly emitted from the surface of his body. It seemed that every tiny cell of his contained a terrifying energy that could erupt with astonishing power at any time. Boom! Boom! The carefree feeling brought about by the explosive increase in his strength accompanied Du Xiaofu's stretching. A mouthful of turbid air followed his throat, shaking the void. There was an indescribable carefree feeling in his body. Clenching his fists, Du Xiaofu felt that the vigorous Xianqi in his body and the primordial spirit energy in his Naiwen palace could be used at any time. They could erupt at any time. He could shatter the void and destroy everything with a raise of his hand. This made Du Xiaofu feel that an ordinary expert of the late stage of Sage Realm would have been pulverized into pieces if his punch had landed on their body at this moment. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face when he felt such progress. This feeling was very good. More importantly, he had obtained the complete desolate space. The desolate space was a world of its own. There were talisman matrices, secret techniques, beasts, and everything else inside. Du Xiaofu still remembered that the desolate space soul seed had said that the desolate space in Tianwu Academy was only a small part of the desolate space. The resources inside were scarce. If he could integrate and control the complete desolate space one day, he would be able to comprehend everything inside. He would be able to activate everything inside the desolate space for his own use. The beasts, secret techniques, and talisman matrices could all be used for his own use. Once a powerful enemy was trapped inside the desolate space, they would be at his mercy. Naturally, he would be able to slowly discover the wonders and mysteries of the desolate space after integrating and controlling the desolate space. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had completely integrated with the desolate space. He had already felt the terror of the desolate space when he had fought with the middle-aged space soul. The purple thunder profound cauldron had fallen into the hands of the devil religion. Now, the desolate space could be regarded as one of his trump cards. Du Xiaofu had already understood everything inside the complete desolate space. There were many supreme beasts, ancient talisman matrices, and everything else inside. If he could comprehend everything inside the desolate space, he would be able to reach a terrifying level just like what the desolate space soul seed had said. After tidying up, Du Xiaofu waved his hand. From the depths of the void, the purple gold heavenly palace, illusory saber matrix, 9 tribulations sword, and other treasures appeared in his hands. Each of them emitted a bright light. There were also many Qiankun bags. More importantly, within the void, there were 2 figures that appeared at the same time. They were little Xingxing and Lei Yang, who had long been isolated in the desolate space by the middle-aged space soul. After Lei Yang was subdued by the beast control technique, the space soul of the desolate space had already begun to act. It had isolated little Xingxing and Lei Yang. It had been dealing with Du Xiaofu and had no time to attack Lei Yang and little Xingxing. It had only trapped little Xingxing and Lei Yang in the formation. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had complete control over the desolate space. Little Xingxing and Lei Yang had also immediately escaped. When he decided to take the risk and let the middle-aged space soul integrate with his desolate space, Du Xiaofu had already made preparations. He had moved all the treasures into the desolate space that he had control over to prevent them from being destroyed. In the end, as long as he regained control over the desolate space, he would naturally be able to obtain them. Father! Master! When little Xingxing and Lei Yang saw Du Xiaofu, they heaved a sigh of relief. Du Xiaofu roughly explained the situation to little Xingxing. I didn't expect there to be such an opportunity. Little Xingxing was very happy. It seemed like the complete integration of the desolate space was already worth the trip in this strange desolate space. These treasures weren't ordinary treasures. Du Xiaofu nodded. Then, he waved his hand and sucked the floating purple gold heavenly palace into his hand. He kept them back into his body for nourishment. Luckily, there's no problem. Thank you. Sensing that the purple gold heavenly palace's aura was extremely stable, Du Xiaofu heaved a sigh of relief. The purple gold heavenly palace was still in a deep slumber. Then, Du Xiaofu held the Qiankuan bag left behind by Tianwu Academy. This Qiankuan bag had sensed the existence of the desolate space. Because of this Qiankuan bag, Du Xiaofu had found the desolate space. However, he was still unable to open the Qiankuan bag. Could it be that this Qiankuan bag is hiding an even greater secret? Yes. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. Originally, he thought that this Qiankuan bag was the catalyst to finding the desolate space. Now, it seemed like it was just a coincidence that the Qiankuan bag found the desolate space on its own. This Qiankuan bag must be hiding another secret. As for what it was, he didn't know. Perhaps one day, he would be able to unravel the mystery by chance. This time, the integration of the desolate space took a lot of time. However, this was within the complete desolate space. Du Xiaofu estimated that it wouldn't take more than 10 days outside. He hoped that there was still time. Worried about the outside world, the three of them left the desolate space. When Du Xiaofu, little Xingxing, and Lei Yan walked out of the desolate space, the outside world was already peaceful. Chapter 24-22. The residence of the ancient expert had calmed down, as if everything had been plundered. However, there were still a few scattered experts searching for something in the residence. They seemed to have come too late. Looks like they've all left. Little Xingxing raised his eyebrows. There was nothing left to find. Everything in the residence had been plundered. Du Xiaofu didn't mind too much. To him, the complete ancient desolate space was more important than anything else. He was just curious as to why it would appear here. The three of them broke through the air and disappeared from the residence. Boom! The ancient desolate fearsome ground was vast and boundless. Suddenly, a series of earth-shattering sonic booms resounded in the void of the ancient desolate fearsome ground. The commotion spread throughout the entire ancient desolate fearsome ground. Human tribe, sacred palace. Rumble, the majestic sacred palace shone, and suddenly, it began to rumble and tremble. It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying. For a moment, the entire sacred city was trembling, and everyone's expressions changed greatly. It's there! An old figure appeared in the void of the sacred palace. His expression changed, and he disappeared on the spot. Rumble! Rumble! At the same time, the earth and mountains in the Beast Alliance trembled. There's movement in the ancient desolate fearsome ground again. Is there really going to be a change this time? Rumble! An ancient figure appeared in the stone chamber, his eyes rippling with the void. The mountain range lacked the murderous aura and deathly stillness that was commonly seen in the ancient desolate fearsome ground. Instead, it was filled with a holy aura. The verdant mountain peaks were terrifyingly rich in heaven and earth energy. The heaven and earth energy in the entire space was so rich that it seemed to have turned into air currents that constantly turned into mist. On the mountain peak, a graceful figure sat cross-legged. With her as the center, the rich heaven and earth energy swept out. The terrifying heaven and earth energy formed a storm in the air, and a rich green life force fluctuated. On the mountain peak next to her, there were many figures standing. Their gazes were fixed on the tall figure, and their eyes were filled with nervousness and shock. "It's already the 4th day. I hope I can successfully break through." Chieshi stood there, her beautiful eyes fixed on the graceful figure on the mountain peak in front of her. "Sister Qingqing is really terrifying." A crisp voice came out from the mouth of a moving woman. Her figure was exquisite, and the accessories on her wrist made a crisp sound. She was dressed in a long brocade dress, and her lower body was wrapped in a moving charm. There was a hint of charm in her cuteness. It was Sima Muhan. Walala! On the mountain peak, the graceful and beautiful figure was seated with her legs crossed. Her entire body was enveloped in a rich green glow. Her long black hair was suffused with radiance, while her alluring face was sparkling like jade and her skin was like snow. Amidst the resplendent mysterious symbols, the aura within her alluring body continued to rise. As time passed, the dazzling radiance on the mountain peak shone in all directions. Life was flourishing in all directions. Rich energy permeated the air, rippling like mist. Green light spread and dazzled. Above the surrounding space, there was a wave of vast and boundless energy of the world. At this moment, it was like a whirlpool that was pouring into the body of the alluring woman. This woman was Dongli Qingqing. At this moment, her graceful figure was like a bottomless pit that was devouring the energy of the world. There was a green mist that was like a dense divine radiance, and it flowed in and out along with the multicolored light. The surface of her body was filled with divine radiance, and her entire body was filled with an extremely vigorous life force. As Dongli Qingqing's aura continued to rise, it gradually caused the surrounding space to distort, causing ripples to undulate. Boom! Boom! At a certain moment, Dongli Qingqing's aura finally reached a peak. After a short pause, it suddenly trembled, as if she had crossed a huge bottleneck. Wind and thunder roared, and her aura surged to the heavens. At this moment, from Dongli Qingqing's alluring body, there were resplendent green symbols that soared into the sky at the same time. It was like a green sun, dazzling and gorgeous. With a dense multicolored light, its might was vast, and its aura surged in all directions. Under this sudden movement, Chieshi, Sima Muhan, and many other people's gazes were immediately fixed on the mountain peak in front of them. At this moment, above the mountain peak, there was a kind of green radiance that was filled with a divine aura that covered the sky and the sun. The surrounding energy of the world was unceasingly pouring in, converging from all directions, and pouring into Dongli Qingqing's body. At this moment, Dongli Qingqing's aura was still rising. In that rising aura, there was also a kind of ancient power that was awakening. Her life force was surging, and it was vast and surging. This is too scary. She has reached the middle stage of the sage realm. Wow! A woman in a dark purple dress couldn't help but be shocked. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were clear and flowing with multicolored light. She was exceptionally enchanting and seductive. Her beauty was soul-stirring. She was the school master of the Hahuan school, Su Mushin. The huge pit was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Buzz! A passage led to the depths of the ground, and an ancient aura filled the air. Occasionally, there would be flashes of lightning, and resplendent electric arcs fluctuated. Occasionally, there would be loud rumbling sounds like thunder. Rumble! The space rumbled, and such a vast movement seemed to have caused a strange phenomenon. Ferocious thunder sounded out of nowhere. Then, the entire bottomless pit changed color in an instant. Thick dark clouds surged in the vast void outside, covering the sky and covering the sun. Whoosh! Rumble! In an instant, thick dark clouds covered the space, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. At this moment, the space suddenly turned dark. It was as if this ancient world had suddenly sunk into darkness. In the world, an invisible energy wave fluctuated, and the ground shook. In the whole world, stormy waves appeared on the surface of the rivers, and the mountains and rivers trembled. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, in the deep pit, a resplendent thunderbolt shot up to the sky with a majestic and mighty thunder energy, and it resonated with the lightning flashing and thunder rumbling in the thick dark clouds above. At this moment, in the thick dark clouds, amidst the lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, amazing energy poured into the sky. Countless dazzling thunderbolts appeared in the surroundings, and pitch-black space cracks filled the void, making people's souls tremble. "Master, I did it!" After a moment, the shocking commotion finally calmed down. A young voice came from the depths of the void and echoed in the air. "Master, I found it!" Everyone went to the front. "It's said that there was an amazing movement not long ago. That's the deepest part of the heaven burial wasteland. Everyone is rushing there now." "Master." A thin figure landed on a brown boulder. It was Lei Yang. "The deepest part of the heaven burial wasteland." "Master." Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. Along the way, he found that there were fewer and fewer living beings. It turned out that there was movement in the deepest part of the heaven burial wasteland. Chapter 24-23. That's right. Little Xingxing looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "It is said that the main battlefield of the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation was inside the burial heaven Deathland. At that time, almost all the top experts of the world had fallen inside. Therefore, the burial heaven Deathland also left behind endless dangers and opportunities. It seems that there is also the blood essence of the true dragon and true phoenix. That is the most dangerous place in the ancient desolate Deathland. It is said that even sage realm cultivators would not be able to get out if they were trapped inside." Pausing for a moment, little Xingxing looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Father, if there is great danger, there will naturally be great opportunities. It is not too strange for those immemorial sacred artifacts to appear inside. I am also not interested in the blood essence of the true dragon and true phoenix, but I do want to know. It is said that the burial heaven Deathland hides the greatest secret of the world. I don't know if it is true. Misfortune and fortune coexist." Du Xiaofu knew very well that the immemorial sacred artifacts, the blood essence of the true dragon and true phoenix. With these treasures, it was likely that all creatures would fearlessly rush in and risk their lives. Du Xiaofu did not find it strange that little Xingxing was not interested in the blood essence of the true dragon and true phoenix. With little Xingxing's identity, her own blood was probably much stronger than the blood essence of the true dragon and true phoenix. Little Xingxing looked at Du Xiaofu and continued, "I don't know what the greatest secret is. It would be great if there is some kind of peerless treasure." Du Xiaofu smiled. He had also heard about the burial heaven Deathland long ago. This greatest secret could not be said for sure. The greatest secret of the burial heaven Deathland has never been known by anyone. It is said that there were experts who had entered before, but no one discovered anything. After all the experts who had entered came out, they did not utter a single word about the depths of the burial heaven Deathland. It is said that the depths of the burial heaven Deathland is a land of death that can bury any creature in the world. Whether this is true or false is unknown. However, the blood essence of the true dragon and true phoenix and the inheritance of the immemorial experts do exist," Lei Yang said. "It seems that the depths of the burial heaven Deathland is not simple." Du Xiaofu smiled. No matter what, he had to make a trip to such a perilous place. With great danger, there would naturally be great opportunities. Otherwise, the experts of the human clan and the beast alliance would not flock here. It would be even better if he could obtain some opportunities there. There was a commotion in the depths of the heaven burial wasteland. When the time came, no one would miss it. Du Xiaofu reckoned that he would be able to meet the people from the desolate country. No matter what, he had to go. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he asked Lei Yang, "What's happening in the depths of the heaven burial wasteland? Can the top experts of the human race and the beast alliance enter?" Of course, I'm afraid that the patriarchs of the human clans and the various clans of the Beast Alliance will also enter. Lei Yang spoke. With his status, he knew a lot of things. He was familiar with many of the great clans and great beast clans' ancestors. Is that so? Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed slightly, but then the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He knew in his heart that not only did he have the 7 saint puppets and Lei Yang, but he had also improved a lot. The complete desolate ancient space was also one of his trump cards. Even if he encountered the blood malevolent ancestor again, he now had the absolute capital to face him head-on. He did not have to worry too much anymore. And there was also little Xingxing. When the time came, Du Xiaoyao and the others would be enough to make all sides wary. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu was not too worried. There was no need to hide anything anymore. It was no longer the same as before. Let's go to the Heaven Burial Wasteland first. Maybe Lady Zixuan, Lady Yishi and Du Xiaoyao have already arrived there. Little Xingxing said to Du Xiaofu. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded. In the Heaven Burial Wasteland, Du Xiaofu did not care about legalism, famous scholars and the others. There was also no need to be afraid of the people of devil religion. However, Du Xiaofu had to pay attention to the dangers of the Heaven Burial Wasteland. There were also many top experts of the Beast Alliance and the human race here. Du Xiaofu had never been an arrogant person. Let's set off early. Maybe there are already people in the Heaven Burial Wasteland. We can't be bullied at that time. Little Xingxing said, rubbing his palms and pouting his little mouth. At this moment, his cultivation of late Saint Beast realm gave him a lot more confidence. Du Xiaofu nodded and then left with Lei Yang and Little Xingxing, heading towards the depths of the Heaven Burial Wasteland. In the boundless dark plain, the vast sky of the Heaven Burial Wasteland was gray like nothingness. It was as if this was the end of the world. A huge spatial hole had appeared in the peaceful dark plain. It was like a spatial black hole. The spatial ripples in the hole rotated like a huge tornado, as if it was going to devour the space. An ancient and everlasting aura spread out between the heavens and the earth. Under this majestic aura, any cultivator below the domain realm did not even have the qualifications to get close. They simply could not get close to it. Crash. Crash. The dark and vast plain was like a tsunami. The dark mist of nothingness seemed to have been surging for countless years. Huge spatial ripples that were hundreds of meters high surged and surged. In the distance, many figures landed on a hill. Xiao Yao was among them. He was an expert of the Overlord Python clan. Looking at the astonishing movement in the distant plain, the experts of the Overlord Python clan were shocked. It was as if a huge ancient ferocious beast had awakened and was going to devour the space. This is the first time there has been such a movement in the depths of the Heaven Burial Wasteland. What's going on? An old woman of the Overlord Python clan was surprised. Just the terrifying murderous aura that spread out from the plain ahead was enough to make her heart palpitate. The Heaven Burial Wasteland is very abnormal this time. Is the rumor true? The world's biggest secret is buried here. Xiao Yao's bright eyes flashed with some doubts. The clan's divine ancestor said that we must be extremely careful. An old man's eyes were solemn. He did not have the slightest carelessness. This was the divine ancestor's special instruction. Above the dark plain, spatial ripples swept and whistled like ocean waves. A large expanse of the vast void had long been submerged in them. The mountain range tens of thousands of miles away was also submerged in the ripples. The mountain peak reached the sky. The turbulent spatial ripples accompanied by the terrifying murderous aura swept over wave after wave, as if to destroy everything. What's going on with the Heaven Burial Wasteland? Is it really the world's biggest secret? Many figures stood on the mountain peak. There were several figures in the lead, led by Moksha, Jialo Jueju, and Mo Lingzi. The demon god said that the Heaven Burial Wasteland is extraordinary. Moksha's eyes slightly raised. There seemed to be a smile on his face at all times. I've been here for so long. I want to know if the world's biggest secret is in this wasteland. Jialo Jueju said. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind breaking resounded in the air. Many figures appeared with waves of majestic pressure. The first one was a charming woman. She had a face that could topple countries. She looked like she was only in her 20s. The curve of her body was natural and seductive. Her pitch-black eyes were as clear as a stream, with a faint green and red color. The woman landed on the mountain peak. Her eyes were like water as she looked ahead. If Du Xiaofu and Lil Xingxing were here at this moment, they would definitely be shocked. This woman was none other than Du Xiaoqing. At this moment, behind Du Xiaoqing, there were familiar figures such as Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, and Jiao Jiao. You ancestor, it seems like the people of the Gulen Heavenly Condor clan are here too. Beside the charming woman was an old woman. Her face was old, but her eyes were very bright. There was a faint green and red light in her eyes. She looked at the space not far ahead. The calm space ripples in the air suddenly began to shake. Then many figures appeared out of thin air in the sky. Each of them carried a shocking aura. Vaguely, there was a vigorous pressure spreading out. When these figures appeared, their eyes also instantly focused on this direction. Among the people who came, many of them had powerful auras. There was a tall man who stood out. He had a handsome face, a nose like an eagle's hook, and prominent facial features. He wore a tight long robe with a bronze cloak on his shoulders. He looked slender and tall. There was a proud aura in this man's body. If Du Xiaofu were here at this moment, he would definitely recognize this man as Zhan Lan of the Gulen Heavenly Condor clan. Back then, he had cheated this guy of his saint elixir. Beside Zhan Lan, there was an old man in yellow clothes. His eyes were fierce and sharp. It seemed that when he looked at people, they would feel like their hearts were being crushed by a huge rock. So, the Baifeng Divine Bird clan is here. The old man in yellow clothes of the Gulen Heavenly Condor clan looked at Du Xiaoqing and the old woman and said, "Lingdiao, your Gulen Heavenly Condor clan is not late." "Yes," the old woman said faintly. Her aura was faintly discernible. If one looked carefully, one would find that the space around her was isolated by a layer of faint green and red flames. The Gulen Heavenly Condor clan will take advantage of any benefits. Of course, they will come early. The space ripples in front of them flashed again. The voice penetrated the space and came. As the voice faded, many more figures appeared out of thin air. Boom! Boom! As these figures landed, the aura in the air suddenly dropped rapidly. It was as if the air was about to freeze. The space ripples brought with them a faint frost mist. "Xian Ke, if you have the ability, don't come. This time, the Black Ice Heavenly Turtle clan will not let go of such a big commotion in the burial dead ground." Ling Diao looked at the newcomers with a dark gaze. It seemed that the two clans had always been at odds with each other. "Of course, we won't let your Gulen Heavenly Condor clan get all the benefits. However, I don't know if your Gulen Heavenly Condor clan has the strength to do so." The one who spoke was a gray-robed old man from the Black Ice Heavenly Turtle clan. Beside him stood a young man. It was Xian Tuesday. Chapter 24-24. The gray-robed elder was around 70 years old. He had a rough build and the wrinkles on his forehead seemed to be covered in frost. He smiled at Ling Diao and was not too polite to him. With his status in the Ice Turtle clan, he naturally had the right to not be too polite to Ling Diao. Beside the gray-robed elder, Xian Tu's eyes were like stars. He exuded an air of arrogance and extraordinary temperament. His gaze fell on Du Xiaoqing, Jiao Xie, Qi Yan, Zhan Lan, and the others of the younger generation. "Ling Diao, Xian Ke, what's the point of you two old fellows bickering? Why don't you just fight? Let me see how strong you have become over the years." Ha! Ha! At the same time, a hearty laugh rang out. As the voice fell, the mysterious runes on the talisman in the void fluctuated. Accompanied by a flash of spatial ripples, many more figures descended, each with a vigorous aura. The one who spoke was an old man with a head full of black hair. His eyes were like the sun. "Hu Qing! Ha! When they saw this old man, Ling Diao and Xian Ke's eyes flickered. This was a terrifying figure of the dark heavenly tiger clan. Beside Hu Qing was Hu Pao, and there was also a black-robed youth. His deep eyes were pure black, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura of a king. Little Qing! Ha! When he saw Du Shaoqing, the black-robed youth's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately flew towards the Baifang divine bird clan. Little tiger, you're here too? Ha! Du Shaoqing was delighted, and a smile appeared on her face. Who else could this black-robed youth be but Little Tiger? Looks like we've all improved. Ha! When Little Tiger arrived beside Du Shaoqing, he looked at Du Shaoqing and felt the faint aura emanating from her beautiful figure. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He was very happy. You've improved a lot too. Du Shaoqing smiled and asked, Is there any news of brother? Not yet, but I heard that not long ago, third young master, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao fought with ancestor Blood Deer. It seems that third young master and the others have improved even more. Little Tiger Du said. He had improved a lot in the dark heavenly tiger clan. Whoosh whoosh. Powerful figures continued to descend from all directions. The roaring sky demonic lion, 8 desolation demonic dragon, distant sky flame phoenix, and other powerful beasts arrived and greeted the experts of the Beast Alliance. The humans are here too. Qi Yan looked to the side where many silhouettes had appeared. They were all human experts. The Sun clan, the Jiang clan, and the Ji clan. The first clan came rather quickly, said the old woman from the Baifang divine bird clan. There was a faint green and red light in her eyes. Everyone, most of the people from the Beast Alliance are here. In the distant sky, the human race had gathered, and many powerful auras were faintly spreading out. As someone's voice fell, many people raised their eyes and immediately looked at the sky in front of them. The powerhouses of the human race also lifted their gazes and looked over. The human race had always been wary of the Beast Alliance. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh! Not far away in the sky, spatial ripples appeared. At the spatial ripples' entrance, figures appeared one after another, and a terrifying bloody aura swept out like a storm. Roar! Roar! There was a sound like a dragon's roar. The figure in the lead had a head of blood-red hair that looked like flowing blood, and a bright light that looked like flowing blood-red flames. This figure was very strange. Behind the human figure was a pair of blood-red flesh wings. In the bloody light, there were waves of divine light and mysterious runes. This figure was too powerful. His eyes emitted a bloody light, like a surging sea of blood, vast and unparalleled. At this moment, there was a thin figure beside this figure. He looked gloomy, with a red head and rat eyes, but his aura was not much weaker than the former. It's Patriarch Blood Mane. He is leading the team personally. Roar! Patriarch Blood Mane is here in person. Roar! Patriarch Blood Mane of the Roal clan. This guy is still alive! Roar! And Patriarch Ming Xia, the sworn brother of Patriarch Blood Mane. That guy is here too. That's right. Patriarch Ming Xia, this terrifying guy is as famous as Lei Yang. That's right. Rumor has it that Patriarch Blood Mane was scared away by Du Xiaofu and the others. This time, he must have come prepared and called Patriarch Ming Xia. That's right. As the mighty bloody aura fluctuated, the whole place was shocked. Many experts at the scene were shocked. Some were fearful, and some were in awe. After Patriarch Blood Mane appeared, he swept his gaze across the surroundings and looked at the vast void in front of him that was filled with a murderous aura. Whoosh whoosh! In the surrounding void, living experts were constantly coming. It was no longer a secret that there was movement in the depths of the sky burial wasteland. Those who were able to survive to come here were constantly rushing over. A group of figures appeared. There were many experts, but many of the figures at the front were charming and graceful. When they saw these figures, Du Shaoqing and Little Tiger were stunned for a moment. Then, they were overjoyed and immediately flew up into the sky. Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law! Du Xiaohuang, Du Xiaobao, why are you two here too? sister-in-law. Sister Kai Ling, sister-in-law. With a few flashes, Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaohu appeared beside the group of people who had just arrived. They excitedly and happily pounced over. Grandma Mo Luo, brother Qing Chen, godfather, sister Xiaojing, Xingyu, Yi Piaoling, Qiangiyu. Du Xiaoqing is so happy that everyone is here. At this moment, there were many people in this group. There were the Mo family, the Golden Winged Rock clan, Dongli Qingqing, Dongli Ruoshu, Dongli Ruoyun, and others. There was also Du Tingxian, Jin Qingchen, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaohuang, Du Xiaoba, Yi Piaoling, and others from the desolate country. Little Green, Little Tiger, sister-in-law. When they saw Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger, everyone was very happy. They had heard about the encounters and opportunities of Little Green and Little Tiger, and were happy for them. Why are you all here? That's great! Du Xiaoqing was so happy that she didn't expect to meet everyone. Almost everyone she knew was here, and they were all safe and sound. This was the happiest thing. We met on the way here, so we came together. Little Green, Ouyang Shuang said to Du Xiaoqing. She felt the aura fluctuating from Du Xiaoqing's body and was secretly shocked. She still remembered how this little girl looked like when they were in the dark forest. It hadn't been long, but this little girl had already reached this stage. Far away in the Beast Alliance and the human races lineup, Xiaohu and Du Xiaoqing seemed to be rather familiar with that group of people. This caused many people's gazes to fluctuate, and some of them had complicated expressions on their faces. Are those people from the outside world? Are they related to the Rock Emperor Du Xiaofu? They seem to be very powerful. They seem to have an extraordinary aura. What is it like in the outside world to have so many extraordinary young people? Be it the human clan or the Beast Alliance, everyone's gaze fell on Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Ouyang Shuang, Dongli Qingqing, and the others. It was very complicated. Swish! Swish! Once again, figures tore through the void and appeared. They were dazzling, and their auras were vast and surging in the sky. There weren't many of these figures, but their auras were quite extraordinary. When these figures appeared, they scanned the surroundings. When their gazes fell on the desolate country's lineup, their gazes instantly turned ugly. These figures were none other than Yu Su from the Demon Vulture race, Shiyu from the Sky Serpent race, Lion Hongtu from the Fire Demon Lion race, Su Sanyan from the School of Vertical and Horizontal, Hui Wu from the School of Famous, Long Qian Chao from the Dragons, and a few people from the Legalism. Elder Ming was among them, and there was also a middle-aged man with unkempt hair and a dirty face. He was holding a wine jug and wearing a dark robe that hadn't been washed for a long time. The appearance of these figures attracted the attention of the desolate country's lineup. Seeing Elder Ming and the unkempt middle-aged man, Du Xiaojing's eyes rippled. Miss Xiaojing. Greetings. When Elder Ming saw Du Xiaojing, he sent a voice transmission to Du Xiaojing and bowed. Second uncle, Elder Ming. Greetings. Du Xiaojing raised his eyes and nodded. His expression immediately became calm, and he also sent a voice transmission. Humph. Greetings. Beside Elder Ming, there was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. They had entered the ancient desolate fearsome ground together. However, his face was no longer pale, and there was a hint of redness. However, his gaze was cold as he looked at the figures in the desolate country's lineup from afar. When he saw Du Tingxian and the others, cold hatred gushed out from his eyes. It's the dragons and the people from the Legalism. Attack! Attack! A cold light immediately gushed out from the little tiger's deep, pitch-black eyes. Now that his strength had greatly increased, he naturally did not need to be polite when he saw the people from the dragons, the people from the Legalism and the School of Famous. School of Famous. Attack! Dongli Qingqing looked at the people from the School of Famous, and a cold light gushed out from her beautiful eyes. Hee, attack! Ha! Du Xiaohuang wanted the world to be in chaos. Coupled with her current cultivation, she did not take Long Qian Chao and the others seriously. How dare you come here again? It's our turn now. Ha! Du Xiaoqing's gaze darkened. At this moment, regardless of whether it was her cultivation or her status in the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan, she was absolutely qualified to fight Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan and the others. Yi Piaoling and Qianguyu's bodies rippled with killing intent. They were like sharp swords that had been unsheathed, ready to attack at any time. Oh no! When they saw that there was a group of terrifying people from the desolate country present, Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan and the others already had ugly expressions. When they saw that little tiger, Du Shaoqing and the others were obviously looking at them with ill intentions, their expressions changed greatly. They've all reached the Saint Realm. Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu and the others were also at the Saint Realm. At this moment, even if they could sense the aura of Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Tingxian and Yi Piaoling from afar, they could clearly tell that this group of terrifying young people had all reached the Saint Realm. Although they had also obtained many opportunities in this fearsome land, their talents were limited. Although their strength had increased by a lot, there was not much of a substantial improvement. Their opponents also had the advantage in numbers. If they really fought, it seemed that they would not be able to gain any advantage. Hee, you've worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Right at this moment, a sinister and cold laughter spread out, reverberating through the void and resounding mightily. Chapter 24-25. As the voice fell, a blood-red light gushed out, covering the void. A figure traversed the void, his eyes emitting blood-red light like a surging sea of blood. Blood Deer Patriarch, it's him! When this figure appeared, the eyes of all the living beings present trembled. Almost everyone knew of the grudge between old ancestors Shui Rou and the desolate country's Du Xiaofu. Right now, this was someone from the desolate country, and it seemed that old ancestor Shui Rou was about to make a move. In an instant, the whole place was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were fixed on each other. Some had complicated expressions, while others had fluctuations in their eyes. The happiest people present were undoubtedly Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, and the others. Their faces were ugly, afraid that Du Shaojing, Du Tingxian, Du Shaohuang, and the others would attack them. Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, Shi Hongtu, and the others immediately revealed looks of joy when they sensed the terrifying blood qi from the blood deer ancestor's body. They knew that he was a late-stage sacred beast, and that he was about to attack the people of the desolate country. Du Xiaofu, that little bastard, is a disaster wherever he goes. Naturally, someone will take care of him. The middle-aged man from legalism's group had a gloomy expression and a cold smile. The people of the desolate country looked up. Du Tingxian, Du Shaojing, Jin Qingchen, and Yi Piaoling's eyes narrowed. They knew the identity of Blood Deer Patriarch. Back then, this Blood Deer Patriarch had fled in a sorry state. But now, Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao were not here. The strongest person present was only Du Xiaojing, and he was not enough to stop Blood Deer Patriarch. Who is this old bastard? Du Xiaoqing looked up, her faint green and red eyes sweeping over Blood Deer Patriarch, but she did not pay much attention to him. With her current status in the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan, there was no need for her to fear any of the beast clans here. Blood Deer Patriarch of the Roal clan once bullied me and Little Huang. In the end, he was chased away by Uncle Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Uncle Little Yao. Du Xiaoba said. Du Xiaoba said. Facing Blood Mane Patriarch, they were also afraid. Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing weren't here right now. Turns out it's Blood Mane from the Roal clan. Old bastard, you dare to hurt my young master? Do you want to die? The little tiger's temper wasn't good after hearing Du Xiaoba's words. Although he had heard of the blood-malevolent ancestor, he was absolutely fearful of the terrifying blood-malevolent qi. However, he was completely fearless. The Dark Heavenly Tiger clan was above the Road Deer clan. When the blood-malevolent patriarch saw that the Rock Emperor, the Strange Dragon, and the Redbone Horse Monkey weren't present, he was filled with confidence and wanted to deal with the desolate country's group to avenge his blood feud. However, when he appeared, the desolate country's investors didn't panic or fear like he had imagined. At first, a little girl didn't care who this old bastard was, but then she was scolded by a young man. He was the blood-malevolent patriarch, one of the top experts in the Beast Alliance. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Even the ancestors of the Baifeng divine birds, dark heavenly tigers, and distant sky flame phoenix clans wouldn't dare to speak to him like this. However, the blood-malevolent patriarch had seen it with his own eyes. The little girl and the black-robed young man were from the Baifeng divine birds and the dark heavenly tigers. They seemed to be related to the desolate country. Although he was extremely furious, he couldn't help but be a little fearful. After all, the dark heavenly tigers and the Baifeng divine birds were present. You are related to the desolate country? The blood-malevolent patriarch stared at Du Shaoqing and little tiger with a gloomy expression. You better not provoke the desolate country. Otherwise, I won't be polite to your Royal clan. Du Shaoqing looked straight at the blood-malevolent patriarch. With her current status in the Baifeng divine birds, her words were definitely not just a threat. Old bastard, you better not provoke the desolate country. Although little tiger had a bad temper, he was not a reckless person. Although there were experts from the dark heavenly tiger clan present, they could feel the aura from the blood-malevolent patriarch and knew that the experts from the dark heavenly tiger clan present did not have the confidence to deal with the blood-malevolent patriarch. Ha ha! The blood-malevolent patriarch laughed out loud. His laughter shook the sky and the blood-malevolent aura fluctuated. Everyone could hear the coldness in his laughter. When the laughter stopped, the blood-malevolent patriarch looked straight at the old lady and Hu Qing from the Baifeng divine birds and dark heavenly tigers. He said, Qi Su, Hu Qing, the younger generation of the Baifeng divine birds and dark heavenly tigers, have you reached the stage where you don't put the blood-malevolent patriarch in your eyes? Blood-malevolent, she is Lord Qilan's younger sister and the little ancestor of the Baifeng divine birds. The old lady looked at the blood-malevolent patriarch and said. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was mixed with profound qi and resounded through the void. Lord Qilan's younger sister! When these words spread, everyone in the void was dumbfounded. The top experts from the various beast clans and human clans in the Beast Alliance suddenly looked at Du Shaoqing. Some of the younger generation might not know who Qilan was, but all the top experts of the major powers and families knew who he was. He was the most powerful expert of the Baifeng divine bird tribe. Not long ago, it was rumored that he had come to the Holy Palace of the human tribe and fought with the ancient emperor of the Holy Palace. That was Lord Qilan. If someone were to ask who the strongest person in the Beast Alliance was, all the experts in the Beast Alliance would say that it was Lord Qilan. He was a legendary expert. It was because of this legendary expert that the Beast Alliance was able to suppress the human clan all these years. Upon hearing Qi Su's words, the blood-malevolent patriarch's face secretly twitched. Although he was afraid of the Baifeng divine birds, he naturally didn't care about a junior of the Baifeng divine birds. Moreover, he wouldn't even care about Qi Su. However, Qilan was a huge mountain to the blood-malevolent patriarch. This little girl was actually Qilan's younger sister. Although he didn't know what was going on and had never heard that Qilan had a younger sister, the blood-malevolent patriarch couldn't help but be afraid of Qilan's younger sister. Blood-malevolent patriarch, he's not a junior of the dark heavenly tiger clan. He's the successor of the tiger desolate ancestor, Hu Qing said to the blood-malevolent patriarch. His voice was also vast and mighty in the void. Gulp! When these words spread out, everyone who was already shocked immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The successor of Lord Tiger Desolate. Heavens! Suddenly there was an uproar in the Beast Alliance. Everyone's eyes were trembling. Tiger Desolate was a legendary expert of the dark heavenly tiger clan. His seniority was even higher than Qilan's. It was rumored that Tiger Desolate had fallen long ago. No one expected that he had left behind a successor. As the successor of Lord Tiger Desolate, this identity was definitely extremely high in the dark heavenly tiger clan. The blood-malevolent patriarch's face kept twitching. These two juniors, one was Qilan's younger sister, and the other was the successor of the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan's legendary expert, Tiger Desolate. Their identities were important in both the Bifong Divine Birds clan and the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. If ordinary juniors of the Bifong Divine Birds clan and the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan provoked him, he would absolutely be fine even if he killed them. However, he really didn't dare to kill the two juniors in front of him. Wow, Sister Xiaoqing and Little Tiger's identities are so high. Du Xiaoqing was pleasantly surprised. Looking at the expressions of the experts who were watching from afar, she also knew that Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger's identities in the Bifong Divine Birds clan and the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan were not trivial. The Bifong Divine Birds clan and the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan are related to the desolate country from the outside world? The blood-malevolent patriarch's face was gloomy as he looked at Qi Su and Hu Qing. That's not related. Qi Su and Hu Qing shook their heads. Then, Qi Su continued. However, if anyone dares to touch the little ancestor of the Bifong Divine Birds clan, we will not be polite. The same goes for the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. Hu Qing said indifferently. What do you mean? Do the Bifong Divine Birds clan and the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan really think that I, the blood-malevolent patriarch, do not exist? If you want to protect those humans today, don't forget the existence of the Beast Alliance. The Bifong Divine Birds clan and the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan are blatantly protecting those humans. The blood-malevolent patriarch stared at Qi Su and Hu Qing with bloody eyes. They were clearly threatening him. The Beast Alliance does not belong to the Bifong Divine Birds clan and the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. Anyway, they are humans from the outside world who have killed many experts of the Beast Alliance. Today is a good time to kill them. Kill these humans from the outside world. As the blood-malevolent patriarch's voice fell, many voices came from the Beast Alliance, especially from the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan, the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan, and the Gulan Heavenly Condor clan. They had an irreconcilable feud with Du Xiaofu, so they naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. Looking around, Qi Su, Hu Qing, and the others were slightly solemn. Humph, these people from the desolate country are doomed today. No one can protect them. Humph. The blood-malevolent patriarch said coldly. This was the best opportunity to strike, and he must not miss it. Even Qi Lan's sister, and the successor of the Tiger Wilderness, could not stop him. As long as he did not kill the two of them, he could do anything. How dare you! Du Xiaoqing's eyes darkened, but at this moment she saw that many people from the Beast Alliance seemed to have the intention of walking together with the blood-malevolent patriarch. Once they fought, even if the Bifong Divine Birds clan and the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan intervened, the people from the desolate country would be at a disadvantage. The blood-malevolent patriarch looked at Du Xiaoqing, his blood-red eyes rippling with coldness, and said, Little girl, I'm afraid you are not enough. Old man. Old thing, I'm not afraid of you. Sooner or later, I will destroy you. Old man. Little Tiger looked directly at the blood-malevolent patriarch. He had seen all kinds of people. Although the blood-malevolent patriarch's aura was terrifying, it was not enough to scare him. However, Little Tiger's pitch-black eyes were secretly solemn. The blood-malevolent patriarch's aura was much stronger than Hu Qing and the few experts from the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. A little arrogant, but it's not enough. You are far from enough. Today, these people from the desolate country are doomed. If you dare to stop me, then don't blame me for being impolite. The blood-malevolent patriarch said boldly. His voice was like a rolling sea of blood, causing the living beings in the surroundings to tremble for no reason and feel uneasy. Brother blood-malevolent patriarch, there's no need to say more. Destroy. Chapter 24-26. As these words fell, the thin figure who had been following Shui Meng crossed the void and spoke coldly. He then took a step forward and stood beside Shui Meng. Ancestor Ming Xie! Ming Xie! Looking at this thin figure, many gazes trembled for no reason. Even Hu Qing, Qi Su, and the others narrowed their eyes. This Ming Xie was no ordinary expert. He was the sworn brother of ancestor Shui Meng, and his strength was probably not below Lei Yang's. Ancestor Shui Meng alone was already difficult to deal with. Feeling the aura on Ming Xie's body, Du Xiaohuang, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoqing's expressions turned serious. Once they fought, the desolate country would definitely not have the upper hand and would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, this place was filled with people from the Beast Alliance. Although there were humans present, Du Xiaohuang, Du Tingxian, and the others knew that once they fought, the humans would not help them. On the contrary, many human experts would probably hit them when they were down. Du Xiaofu also had many enemies in the human race. Ancestor Shui Meng was already difficult to deal with, and now Ming Xie had joined the fray. Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger also became serious. The experts from the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan and the Dark Heavenly Tiger Clan were not enough to deal with ancestors Shui Meng and Ming Xie. Once those two terrifying fellows attacked with all their might, the desolate country's people would not be able to contend against them. Do you think the desolate country's people can be destroyed as you wish? With your late-stage saint cultivation, I'm afraid you'll have to pay the price in blood. Ming Xie. As soon as those words were spoken, a beautiful silhouette appeared and stood there quietly. Her green robe fluttered in the wind, and her long black hair flowed behind her head. She was as otherworldly as an immortal and as proud as the world. This was Du Xiaojing. Although she had appeared without a sound, it was as if there was an invisible light that would not be drowned out. This woman looks very similar to the Rock Emperor. Ming Xie. She's Du Xiaojing. Rumor has it that she's Du Xiaofu's sister. When the otherworldly woman floated in the air and looked at her beautiful face, whispers of surprise immediately sounded from the surrounding living beings. Anyone who touches my Huang country will have to pay the price. As soon as Du Tingxian finished speaking, he stepped into the air. Boom boom. Then, the void rippled again as more figures stepped out. Jinqing Chun, Yi Piaoling, Chan Guyu, Elder Lei, Dai Xingyu, Ouyang Shuang, and Su Muxin stood in the air. Dongli Qingqing, Dongli Ruoshu, Jialo Jiuyu, Jialo Mola, and Sima Muhan followed closely behind. The experts from the School of Moism, School of Agriculture, and School of Yin-Yang did not hesitate and decided to go all out. The Blood Deer Patriarch would not let them off even if he wanted to deal with the desolate nation. Rumble! As the group of experts stepped out, their auras surged and the space rippled. Waves of extremely powerful auras spread out from the sky, causing the world to tremble invisibly. With such a lineup of forces, there were many experts who were not ordinary. There were already quite a number of Saint Realm cultivators, which made the major forces present frown inwardly. The experts from the Beast Alliance and the Human Clan knew very well that apart from the top experts, the number of Saint Realm cultivators alone was not enough for either the Beast Alliance or the Human Clan. Moreover, most of these people were still very young, which proved that their future was limitless. In time, such a lineup would be absolutely terrifying. Du Tingxuan's long hair fluttered and his long robe fluttered. His entire body was wrapped in faint lightning. He looked directly at Ming Snipe and the Blood Deer Patriarch. His eyes were like a sea of lightning. On his handsome face, the lightning in his eyes were deep and murderous. However, his emotions remained the same, like a boulder. He said to Du Xiaojing, "One each. If it's not easy to deal with them, go find your brother." "Yes. It's not time yet," Du Xiaojing said. Lightning also surged out of his eyes. "Humph, another family. Fine, I'll kill you all, then I'll go kill that little brat." The Blood Deer Patriarch's face was gloomy. His blood aura fluctuated slowly. He glanced at Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaohuang, and the others. He knew that these guys were a little unusual, but he did not pay much attention to them at the moment. He only cared about Du Xiaofu, the red-bone horse monkey, and the strange dragon. Du Tingxian didn't say anything. His body was as straight as a spear, straight and fierce. His eyes that were filled with killing intent gradually sharpened and began to ripple with lightning. He stared at Blood Malevolent Ancestor, intending to go all out. "Buzz! Buzz!" Yi Piaoling waved her arm and a long sword appeared in her hand. Her eyes began to emit a biting cold sharpness. Qian long robe fluttered. With a long spear in his hand, his aura surged like that of a ferocious beast. Jin Qingchuan's body fluctuated with a murderous aura. On his wretched face, cold light flashed in his eyes. Feeling the fluctuations of the aura from the figures, the surrounding experts secretly trembled. Humph, it's good to have a good show. Humph! Long Qianchao, Hui Wu, and the others in the distant sky sneered. These people from the desolate country were doomed this time. People of the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan, listen up. Use all your strength to deal with these two old guys. In the future, kill every one of the Roe Deer All clan you see, Du Shaoqing said in a deep voice. From her beautiful figure, a terrifying green-red flame swept out. The billowing flame was accompanied by monstrous talisman runes. It was like a volcano erupting. The temperature of the flame was so high that it caused people to crawl and wither away. I'll kill every one of the Roe Deer All clan I see in the future. Humph! Little Tiger shouted in a deep voice. His tall and straight body emitted dazzling ink-black talisman runes. His aura was as oppressive as a mountain. His gaze was like a tiger staring at its prey. His aura rolled out, and his voice was like thunder, causing people to tremble in fear. Middle stage Sacred Beast Realm, peak initial Sacred Beast Realm. At this moment, Du Shaoqing and Little Tiger's aura swept out without any concealment. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Du Tingxian, O Yangshuang, Jin Qingchen, and the others were all secretly shocked. How long had it been? Du Shaoqing and Little Tiger had already reached the middle stage Sacred Beast Realm and the peak initial Sacred Beast Realm. Such benefits were too great, and too great a blow to their confidence. Humph! No one can protect these humans today! Ha! Blood Malevolent Ancestor did not want to delay any longer. He attacked first. Once the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan and the Dark Heavenly Tiger Clan intervened, it would be more or less troublesome. Boom! Boom! As his voice fell, Blood Malevolent Ancestor directly attacked without any hesitation. The pair of blood-red wings on his back did not move, but his figure was already in the air. His technique was not ordinary. The blood-red light on his body turned into talisman runes that filled the sky. It condensed into a waterfall, like a blood-red thunderbolt, and directly fell on the people of the desolate country. The blood-red energy rushed in all directions. Rumble! At this moment, lightning flashed in Du Shaoqing's eyes, and his aura exploded with full force. It was like the sound of the heavens exploding. The might of an innate holy sovereign swept out, and the thunder martial vein covered his body. His aura was vast and boundless, as if he could kill all living things. With a great momentum, he swept out and directly collided with Du Tingxian. Rumble! The blood-red light and the holy might of the lightning surged and collided with each other. It was shocking, and the surrounding void shattered inch by inch. This blood-red light was too terrifying. Wait! Du Xiaofu's beautiful figure staggered back dozens of feet. The blood-red light swept out and spread out, greatly affecting the people of the desolate country. Pfft! When the beautiful figure stopped retreating in an instant, Du Shaojing could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and then his face turned pale. Everyone was shocked. Blood Malevolent Ancestor was so powerful that he did not hold back at all. Although Du Shaojing was injured, he still managed to resist. The aura on Du Shaojing's body is not ordinary. It's holy might. Could it be? Some of the experts present had sharp eyes and could feel the aura on Du Shaojing's body. It was extraordinary. He has some strength, but that's all. He's destined to die young. Pfft! Blood Malevolent Ancestor's face turned gloomy when his attack missed. The blood chi on his body surged, and the flesh wings on his back trembled. However, when Blood Malevolent Ancestor's voice fell, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the void to his left. He seemed to have sensed something, and his face suddenly changed. At this moment, after Blood Malevolent Ancestor made his move, Ming Xia was not willing to be left behind. He raised his palm and a majestic celestial chi surged out. It was accompanied by a terrifying evil aura that turned into a vortex that spun rapidly, spreading a monstrous and terrifying pressure. "Kill them all!" "Pfft," Mingxia said coldly. He raised his hand and pushed forward. His killing intent surged, and the majestic evil aura storm that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth suddenly swept out. It crashed into the space and shattered it inch by inch. The surrounding space fragments were like powder, and wherever it passed, a vast void space was revealed that was slowly merging. Such a terrifying power immediately enveloped the people of the desolate country. Under this terrifying power, the experts of the desolate country were all frightened. They were suppressed to the point where they could not resist. The evil aura affected their spirits, and a palpitating aura appeared in their hearts for no reason. Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoqing, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaohuang, and Little Tiger's eyes suddenly changed color. A terrifying light surged out from their eyes. They stood in the air, and in an instant, the strange aura around them became stronger and stronger, as if it was accumulating something. Rumble! Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the terrifying vortex of baleful aura had already arrived. The space trembled, and it seemed like it was about to hit Huanghua. The terrifying power sealed off the surrounding space, and runes filled the sky, covering the void. "Quickly think of a way to escape. We'll hold them off." At the same time, Du Tingxian said softly. He knew very well that it was difficult to stop Ming's Xie and Blood Deer ancestor at this moment. "Ming Xie, how dare you hurt my clan's little ancestor? Rumble! Ming Xie, do you want to provoke my Dark Heaven Tiger clan? Chi!" At the same time, Chi Su and Little Tiger both shouted. Their auras surged. No matter what, no accident could happen to Little Green and Little Tiger. "Evil creature, don't you think you're too weak to touch the people of the desolate country with this little bit of strength? Chi!" At the same time, a bone-chilling voice rang out. At this moment, in front of the terrifying evil aura vortex, the space rippled and a purple figure stepped out of thin air. Then, he appeared under the gazes of countless people. Chapter 24-27. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The purple figure stood in the air, his figure tall and straight. He seemed to have appeared as light as a feather, but the torrential energy released by the terrifying vortex that connected the heavens and the earth was unable to even ruffle the corners of his purple robes. When this person appeared, he floated in the air. On his resolute and determined face, there was a purple-gold coldness in his calm eyes. For some reason, the aura that was faintly discernible from his body caused others to feel an extreme trembling sensation. At this moment, this tall and straight figure was calmly standing in front of the frightening baleful aura tornado that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. It appeared as though he was an ant in front of an elephant in front of this tornado. However, this baleful aura tornado, which was so large that it could destroy space itself, was completely unable to shake this figure in the slightest. Walala! Space shattered. In front of the tornado, any fiendish aura that collided with this tall and straight figure would automatically disappear without a trace in an instant. This instantaneous change caused Ming Snipe's expression to change. He discovered that his attack was actually unable to advance even half an inch. At the same time, shock surged in Patriarch Blood Malevolent's heart. He raised his head and saw the purple-robed figure hovering in the air. That figure was far too familiar, causing him to feel both shocked and heavy. He involuntarily cried out, "Du Xiaofu, you've finally come! It's that Du Xiaofu!" Ming Snipe's eyes suddenly flashed as he immediately looked over. So this brat was that Rock Emperor Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, he's that Rock Emperor Du Xiaofu? As Patriarch Blood Malevolent's voice fell, the entire scene changed. Gaze after gaze landed on the newcomer like lightning. Long Qianchao, Hui Wu, Shi Hongtu, and Su Sanyan's sneering faces could not help but twitch. "Old Blood Deer, is it you again, you old bastard?" It was also at this moment that a voice that still carried a hint of immaturity seemed to ring out from the depths of the void. The voice came from afar, as if it had seeped out from the void itself. As soon as the voice was heard, 2 more figures appeared in the sky. It was a girl around the age of 11 or 12. She wore a red dress with starry patterns flashing on it. Deep within her eyes there was a golden brilliance. In particular, there was a vertical rune mark between her eyebrows, which added a hint of evilness to her noble temperament. The appearance of such a small figure carried a terrifying supreme aura for no reason, causing Du Xie, Hu Qing, Qi Su, and the others to immediately raise their heads to look over and carefully size him up. Beside the little girl was a skinny and shriveled old man. He was so skinny that he looked like a 10-year-old youth. His face seemed to be only skin and bones. There was no flesh on his face, and he had a few strands of white goatee that swayed with the wind. His deep eyes flickered with lightning, causing one's yuan spirit to feel a searing pain when looking at them, as if it was about to be destroyed. When the old man appeared, the surrounding space froze, and it immediately caused intense ripples to appear in the eyes of many people. "Lei Yang! It's Lei Yang!" Someone could not help but exclaim. It was Lei Yang, a top expert who was definitely not inferior to ancestor Du Xie. At this moment, when the purple-robed figure and the little girl appeared, Dai Xingyu, Du Xiaoba, Su Muxin, Dong Li Qingqing, Jin Qingchen, and the others all had smiles on their faces. "Father, Sister Xingxing!" Du Xiaowang, Du Xiaoba, and the others had the most ecstatic expression on their young and tender faces. At this moment, it was Du Xiaofu, little Xingxing, and Lei Yang who had arrived. Ancestor Blood Malevolent's face immediately twitched. Originally, he was shocked when Du Xiaofu had arrived, but he was secretly delighted because this was the main character. Today, he could deal with both of them together. However, when he saw the strange dragon arrive at the same time, his expression did not look too good. When he saw that Lei Yang, the strange dragon, and Du Xiaofu had arrived together, and they seemed to have a good relationship, Ancestor Blood Malevolent couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't the rumors say that Lei Yang and Du Xiaofu had a great grudge, and that they had even fought a great battle? Why were they together now? "It's him, he's the Rock Emperor!" In an instant, all the living beings present looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were trembling. "How dare you, evil creature!" In the monstrous evil aura vortex, Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed purple gold. He shook his arm, and under the invisible energy, the rapidly rotating evil aura vortex suddenly froze, and some of the runes began to crumble. "Heavens, what kind of remarkable ability is this?" As the huge fiendish aura tornado suddenly froze, everyone was shocked, and the sound of people sucking in cold breaths resounded in the air. Ming Xia's cultivation was at the late stage of the holy beast realm, and his monstrous fiendish aura was enough to make people of the same realm tremble in fear. But at this moment, it seemed to be useless in front of the great Rock Emperor. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their hearts trembled with fear. At this moment, something even more shocking happened. Du Xiaofu took a step forward, and a thunderous voice resounded in everyone's ears. "Evil creature! Your late holy beast stage cultivation is really not that good." When the last word was spoken, Du Xiaofu's figure had already crossed the evil aura vortex and appeared directly in front of Du Xiaofu. At the same time, the enormous evil aura vortex behind Du Xiaofu suddenly began to tremble. As the evil aura vortex trembled, the entire space seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Then, huge cracks appeared on the evil aura vortex. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, cracking sounds were heard, and the enormous evil aura vortex collapsed like a mountain. There was no loud sound, only the sound of space shattering, and the runes were destroyed in the void. The inside of the enormous evil aura vortex collapsed inch by inch, as if doomsday had arrived. However, there was no energy fluctuation outside of the evil aura vortex. It was just that within the tornado of evil aura, the light of shattering was dazzling and deep. A majestic pressure descended from the sky, causing the entire space to instantly turn into a deep, pitch-black hole. Rumble! The entire surrounding space began to rumble and tremble at this moment. Endless energy light distorted in the air, but there was no sound. None of this leaked out, and it was all happening behind Du Xiaofu's back. All of this was too shocking, and it caused everyone's expression to change. They were all dumbstruck. Everyone was astonished as they stared at the tall and straight figure in the sky. That figure gave off an incomparably supreme aura. He didn't move at all, but he was able to suppress all living things and sweep across all directions. At this moment, Ancestor Du Xiaofu's face froze. It was unknown if he was shocked by the fact that his attack had been silently destroyed, or if he was shocked by the invisible and terrifying aura that he felt. You have to pay the price for touching the people of my desolate country. Du Xiaofu stared at the unconscious man as he spoke with a cold tone. His cold words resounded through the vast sky. When the final word left his mouth, a cold light shot out from his purple-gold eyes. Chapter 24-28. Under Ancestor Tu Xia's horrified gaze, the space around him froze as if he did not have the strength to dodge at all. Du Xiaofu raised his arm and threw a punch, viciously smashing into his chest. Rumble, a muffled thunder-like sound rang out. Ancestor Ming Xia immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood after the punch landed. His body was like a bird with broken wings as he shot backwards at an angle. He was like a meteorite crashing into the ground as he heavily smashed into the mountain below. Bang! Bang! Amidst the loud noise, a frightening force directly blasted the mountain top apart. Huge rocks collapsed and shattered rocks flew in all directions. Numerous cracks extended from the hard stone walls. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. He's so strong! The hearts of the experts present trembled. This was not an ordinary shock. Ancestor Ming Xia was an expert at the advanced Saint Beast realm, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Du Xiaofu. Has Du Xiaofu reached the perfected Saint realm? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. With such strength, he must have reached the perfected Saint realm. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Ancestor Blood Malevolent's face suddenly changed. Hu Qing, Qi Su, and the other top experts present also had shock in their eyes. Such a human was actually so strong to such a frightening extent. He has advanced by leaps and bounds again. Jin Qingchun, Old Lei, and the others were pleasantly surprised. This kind of strength was too terrifying. Every move he made had the power to shatter space. Roar, a deep roar spread. The ground where Ancestor Ming Xia landed exploded. Shattered rocks shot up into the sky, and rays of light shot out and turned into his huge body. He looked like a wolf with a red head and rat eyes. His voice was like a dolphin's, and his murderous aura was monstrous. It swept out as if it covered the sky. Boy, I'm not done with you! Ancestor Ming Xia's body was as huge as a mountain. His fierce eyes seemed to contain 2 seas of murderous aura. He stared at Du Xiaofu with a cold glint. You're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. Little Xingxing directly attacked. His small body erupted with an unimaginable aura at this moment. Golden flames covered his small fist, and the surrounding space distorted into nothingness. The high temperature seeped into the void and crossed the void. His fist violently smashed toward Ming Xia, and the void before the fist exploded with a rumbling sound. Advanced Saint Beast Realm! Staring at little Xingxing, Ming Xia's expression changed. The little girl was at the advanced Saint Beast Realm, and the supreme aura from her could directly affect his beast soul and bloodline. He couldn't expel it. Old thing, we meet again! Little Star had already attacked Ming Snipe, but Du Xiaofu was too lazy to pay attention to him. His purple-gold eyes stared at Blood Mane Patriarch. Xia, you've made another breakthrough again? Watching Du Xiaofu being blocked by the little alien dragon, who had reached the late stage of the sacred beast realm, Patriarch Blood Malevolent sensed Du Xiaofu's aura. The fact that Du Xiaofu had punched Du Xiaofu proved that he had made another terrifying breakthrough in his cultivation base in this short period of time. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Du Xiaofu ignored Patriarch Xue Di and swept his gaze across the surroundings. He pointed at the experts of the Roal clan who had come with Patriarch Xue Di. Yes, master. Lei Yang opened his mouth. His voice was like thunder. At the same time, a majestic energy storm erupted from within Lei Yang's body in an incomparably destructive manner. Rumble. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. Wind rose and clouds surged. Electric arcs shone brightly, accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder, whistling and surging. The aura of thunder and lightning surged wildly, turning into a vortex. Like a lightning tornado, it swept towards the experts of the Roal clan. Lei Yang attacked directly. Bolts of lightning with dazzling radiance swept out. The dazzling lightning bolts were terrifying. Wherever they passed, the void shattered silently. Electric arcs wreaked havoc, and the aura was destructive. Lei Yang, how dare you! Blood Row Patriarch's expression changed. He knew very well that the people of the Roal clan he brought with him were no match for Lei Yang. This is the price you have to pay. A faint voice sounded. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Blood Row Patriarch like a ghost, blocking his path. Little bastard, I'm not done with you. Staring at Du Xiaofu, Blood Row Patriarch's gloomy face was ice cold. His eyes were cold, and the flesh wings on his back spread out. Powerful energy fluctuations fluctuated as fast as lightning. In an instant, he pounced on Du Xiaofu with a murderous aura. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, golden light surged in his eyes. It was sharp and frightening. The golden light wrapped around his body, and a domineering and fierce aura swept out from his body in an instant. He shook his arm, and a fist wrapped in golden light blasted out. Roar! When this fist blasted out, the faint cry of a divine elephant and the roar of a dragon could be heard. The golden fist suddenly collided with the former's flesh wings, and a domineering energy swept out. Rumble. This collision caused an explosion in a flash. The terrifying air waves and runes stirred up the surrounding space like stormy waves. Thump thump! Thump! Under everyone's gazes, as the explosion spread, Blood Row Patriarch's fleshy wings opened up, and his body was blasted back in the void. Blood Row Patriarch's eyes were filled with astonishment. That brat was actually so strong. At this moment, Hu Qing, Qi Su, and the others were moved, and their gazes changed again. Du Xiaofu's body swayed slightly in the void. Looking at Blood Row Patriarch, who was blasted back, a chilling light gushed out from his eyes. He took a step forward, and a vast and domineering aura spread out. Dazzling golden light shone as he executed the unfettered steps. He was like a ghost, and instantly chased after Blood Row Patriarch. Screech! Screech! The sudden change shocked Blood Row Patriarch, but he was no weakling. In an instant, he transformed into his huge Roal form. The light in his huge eyes shot out to the extreme, and the aura on his body was astonishing. With him as the center, blood-red runes swept out in all directions like a tsunami. The space trembled, the void rumbled, and blood chi surged. How strong can you be? Do you really think I can't kill you? As his voice faded, the bloody aura that filled the sky surged. The terrifying flesh wings on his back exploded, shattering the void. The bloody aura that filled the sky seemed to form a sea of blood that flooded towards Du Xiaofu. Although the monstrous blood chi blocked him, Du Xiaofu did not stop. Golden light burst out from his back, and a pair of golden-winged rock wings spread out. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the azure spirit armor covered his body, and the real rock wings spread out behind him. Du Xiaofu seemed to have transformed into a real golden-winged rock, and was about to soar into the sky. Such an aura caused the experts present to be uncontrollably moved, and violent fluctuations appeared in their eyes. Such an aura was like a real golden-winged rock, and the aura of a supreme beast was incomparably domineering. Du Xiaofu did not stop. He knew that Blood Row Patriarch was not ordinary, and he definitely could not let him go today. Chapter 24-29. Du Xiaofu's hand seals quickly condensed. Ancient runes rippled out from his body, forming the outline of the 8 trigrams void diagram. The 8 directions connected to each other, forming a dazzling divine ring. The 8 trigrams void diagram appeared and spread out in all directions. Rumble, the entire firmament trembled quietly. In an instant, the 8 trigrams void diagram emitted the cries of thousands of beasts, and dazzling lightning descended. The phantom of a golden-winged rock flapped its wings, mountains and lakes formed, wind, rain, thunder and lightning alternated, and the sun, moon, and stars changed. The 8 trigrams void diagram connected heaven and earth, containing all things. It was like a small world had fallen, directly affecting the monstrous blood aura. What is this? The living experts in the surroundings trembled. The terrifying aura spread out, making their hair stand on end and their hearts jump. Patriarch Blood Malevolent's cold blood-red eyes trembled. It was this strange technique again. Back then, he had suffered a lot from this technique. The 8 trigrams void diagram instantly enveloped the blood malevolent ancestor. The strange aura greatly affected him, and everything was violently suppressed. An invisible aura that made him tremble surged out from the depths of his beast soul. Du Xiaofu was in the air, staring at the blood malevolent ancestor from within the 8 trigrams void diagram. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. Last time, this old man dared to have designs on Du Xiaohuang and Du Xiaoba, and the consequences were unimaginable. This time, he was preparing to make a move on the people of the desolate country. He had touched Du Xiaofu's bottom line again and again. This time, Du Xiaofu did not plan to let him go. He was no longer at the intermediate Saint Realm. After stepping into the late Saint Realm and obtaining the complete desolate ancient space, his cultivation had improved. With his current strength, Du Xiaofu no longer feared the blood malevolent ancestor in front of him. He wanted to kill him. Blood malevolent ancestor was affected by this strange void. His radiance filled the sky, and his murderous aura swept out like a storm. His ferocious beast head looked like a human face with horns on his forehead. His eyes shone brightly, his nose protruded, and his teeth were as sharp as saws. A pair of fleshy wings spread out, and his entire body was covered in dark red scales. They were the color of dried blood, emitting a dazzling light. At this moment, the blood malevolent patriarch's body was surging with blood qi. It was extremely frightening, especially the pair of wings behind his back. Mysterious runes swept out like clouds in the sky. Blood light covered the void and drowned the heavens. "Ow!" Blood malevolent patriarch roared. His voice was like heavenly thunder, shocking people's hearts and souls. With him as the center, the blood malevolent talisman on the surface of his body swept out in all directions like a tsunami, causing the void 8 trigrams to tremble and the void to rumble. Facing Du Xiaofu, Patriarch Blood Malevolent's eyes gradually darkened. He had a bad feeling about this. This human youth's improvement was too fast. It was terrifying. Blood Malevolent Patriarch didn't want to wait any longer. He didn't have the time to wait either. The younger generation of the Roal clan was being slaughtered by the Thunder Goat. Boom! Boom! The pair of wings on his back flapped rapidly. Blood Malevolent Patriarch wanted to stop the Thunder Goat and help the younger generation of the Roal clan. Blood light overflowed into the sky, erupting with strange mysterious runes. Vaguely, strange spatial fluctuations appeared around him, shattering many spatial ripples and forming a pitch-black void. He wanted to break free from the void 8 trigrams. Humph! Du Xiaofu had already made up his mind to kill. How could he let Blood Malevolent Patriarch leave? His eyes were filled with purple-gold light. His figure soared into the sky, directly blocking Blood Malevolent Patriarch's path. Brat, you're courting death! Blood Malevolent Patriarch was furious. He was worried that if he delayed any longer, the younger generation of the Roal clan's elders would all die. His body's aura was unparalleled. Blood light swept out, and the blood malevolent chi around him was like a sea of blood. A large amount of blood light instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu. The blood light pierced through the void, carrying with it a billowing blood malevolent chi that could corrode everything. The void 8 trigrams trembled. The blood light was resplendent, carrying with it a destructive force. Wherever it passed, the void turned into nothingness. Boom! Boom! Du Xiaofu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He was not afraid of the terrifying blood light. Purple lightning covered his body as he activated his thunder martial vein. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he pounced forward. His domineering fist carried the roar of a dragon, an elephant. Accompanied by the power of thunder, it heavily bombarded Blood Malevolent Patriarch. Blood Malevolent Patriarch's eyes were cold. He directly collided with Yishiwen's fist. Boom! Boom! The place where the two fists collided exploded. The runes were shattered, and the void around them trembled. Boom! Boom! In an instant, an unbelievable scene appeared. Blood Malevolent Patriarch's figure was immediately pushed back. The blood light in front of his fist shattered, and a faint trace of blood seeped out. Oh my God! Blood Malevolent Patriarch is at a disadvantage. He's injured. Is this true? Boom! As Blood Malevolent Patriarch was pushed back, all the living beings around were dumbfounded. They could not believe it. The dignified Blood Malevolent Patriarch was actually injured in a single move by the Great Rock Emperor. No one would believe it if they told others about it. However, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. Late Stage Saint Realm. You've reached Late Stage Saint Realm! Blood Malevolent Patriarch exclaimed in shock. He was unable to stabilize his declining figure. His face was twitching in shock. He had only felt that Du Xiaofu's aura had strengthened a lot. However, he had come to know that this brat had reached Late Stage Saint Realm. Moreover, he had reached the Late Stage Saint Realm. This was too astonishing. Blood Malevolent Patriarch was shocked to the extreme. He had been indescribably shocked when Du Xiaofu had advanced from the initial stage of Saint Realm to the intermediate stage of Saint Realm. However, this human had advanced from the intermediate stage of Saint Realm to the late stage Saint Realm in such a short time. Was this cultivation speed flying? Blood Malevolent Patriarch thought that it must be the effect of that precious treasure. Otherwise, who could make such an abnormal breakthrough at such an abnormal speed? Blood Malevolent Patriarch was shocked. However, Du Xiaofu did not delay at all. Whoosh! Boom! Seizing the opportunity to strike again, Du Xiaofu's figure pounced out from within the 8 trigrams diagram. His eyes glowed with purplish gold as his fists turned into claws. Golden light overflowed in all directions, and the faint cry of a great rock could be heard. Once again, Du Xiaofu clawed at the Blood Malevolent Patriarch. Blood Malevolent Patriarch no longer dared to underestimate Yishiwen. His complexion had turned solemn. His palm carried a dreadful imposing aura, and directly slapped at Du Xiaofu's claw. Boom! Boom! Such a sudden collision was as fast as lightning. It emitted resplendent rays of light, illuminating the stormy void. In an instant, the space around both of them collapsed. The rays of light were shattered. The creatures who were fighting in the distant void were also frightened. They were greatly affected. Crack! Crack! Blood Malevolent Patriarch's palm cracked once again. Blood overflowed from his palm. He was shaken back once again. Bang! Bang! Continuous muffled sounds were heard from the void under his feet. His wound was bleeding profusely. It was difficult for his wound to heal. This time, Blood Malevolent Patriarch's complexion turned pale. How can he be so strong? Blood Malevolent Patriarch was extremely shocked. His eyes were trembling. Every dog has its day. Blood Malevolent Patriarch, continue. Du Xiaofu did not stop. The thunder martial vein in his body shone brightly. Carrying the aura of execution, the majesty of creation, and the righteousness of heaven and earth, he once again attacked Blood Malevolent Patriarch. Star-shattering fist. Dark yellow Emperor's seal. Domineering Tao. Heavenly horse violent palm. Dark soul eye. Summer mirage. Purple gold light filled the sky, shattering the void. In an instant, Du Xiaofu attacked rapidly. He was powerful and domineering. Under the azure spirit armor and the great pink golden wings, Du Xiaofu was like a real ping descending. His domineering and terrifying aura filled the sky. He flapped his wings and swept across the sky. Du Xiaofu attacked violently. His domineering aura swept across the sky, crushing everything in its path. Roar! Roar! Beside him, Little Star's huge body also moved. Golden flames filled the sky. Starlight fluctuated, suppressing Ancestor Mingxia until he could not raise his head. The situation was even worse than Blood-Malevolent Patriarch. This was no longer a battle. Blood-Malevolent Patriarch and Mingxia were being brutally abused. Four terrifying figures collided with each other constantly. The sky was like thunder, bursting with a series of rune lights. Rune energy shot out like fireworks, causing the entire sky to be filled with dazzling light. The surrounding sky trembled. Roar! Roar! Blood-Malevolent Patriarch was finally shocked. He let out a ferocious roar. The wings on his back suddenly expanded to 100 feet. Bloodlight runes shone brightly. Violent energy poured out from his body. His murderous aura filled the sky, distorting the void as if he was controlling the world. Rumble. At this moment, Blood-Malevolent Patriarch erupted. His body shone with dazzling blood light like a rising blood sun. His invisible aura suppressed and confined the surrounding void. Tiny void cracks spread out in all directions. I'll fight you to the death. Roar! Blood-Malevolent Patriarch roared. He was the patriarch of the Roal clan. Was he really helpless against this human? Bloodlight filled the sky. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in the surrounding void. The 8 trigrams void diagram revealed a heart-palpitating pitch-black light. The diagram began to crack, emitting a dazzling blood light. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. At this moment, he did not take it to heart. Hand seals continued to form in his hands. As the hand seal was formed, the 8 trigrams diagram in the void rippled. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and thunder rumbled. Dazzling runes intertwined and traversed the universe. Bolts of lightning descended like heavenly thunder, carrying the purest yang qi as they suppressed Blood-Malevolent Patriarch. At the same time, with Du Xiaofu as the center, the 8 trigrams void diagram continued to expand. The 8 trigrams void diagram was changing, deducing, and deriving. Upper heaven and lower DUI, heavenly luster trigrams break. Upper heaven and lower DUI, heavenly fire trigrams break. As Du Xiaofu's strange hand seals formed one after another, the 8 trigrams void diagram changed in a myriad of ways. A vast pressure emerged from the void. Rumble. Suddenly, stars of lightning appeared in the sky, and surging flames blazed. The earth quaked and the mountains shook, and the world resonated. The resplendent talisman markings were like an ocean that gave rise to tempestuous waves. Bang, bang, bang! Bang! With such a suppression, the 8 trigrams void diagram enveloped the entire firmament. Blood-Malevolent Patriarch could not evade at all. He could only resist with all his might, bursting forth with boundless blood light. Muffled thunderous explosions reverberated in the firmament, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Pitch-black spatial cracks swept out along with broken runes. Blood light filled the sky. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.